Are we ready? Okay. Going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are live.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the March 28, 2024 Rental Housing Committee meeting. For those joining us in person, please note that due to our hybrid environment, audio and video recordings can no longer be shared from the lectern. Requests to share an audio or video presentation should be directed to mvrent@mountainview.gov by 4:30 on the meeting date. Additionally, due to our hybrid environment, we will no longer have speakers line up. Anyone wishing to address the committee in person will complete a green speaker card. Please indicate the name you would like to be called when it's your turn to speak and the item you wish to speak on. Please complete one speaker card for each item you would wish to speak on and turn in to city staff as soon as possible, but no later than the public comment section for the item you wish to speak. Instructions for addressing the committee virtually can be found on the posted agenda. Recently, regional and local elected and appointed bodies have been subjected to disruptive racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. This committee welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the committee has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise pursuant to the Council Code of Conduct and the Government Code may be grounds for immediately terminating a speaker's comment period. So this meeting is called to order at 7:03. And now I will proceed with roll call. And Andrea, will you lead that?
All right, so we'll be using our screens for this.
So we need
And I believe you can
push to get back to our, what's the name of the software? Granicus, thank you.
Has everybody entered?
Can you? That's okay, we're almost there.
Nothing popped up? Oh, it did work.
I think we're just looking for, so is
It
our
did-
signing in the,
Yeah, I think everyone signed in, so it recorded the roll call, so everybody is here
okay,
for the record.
thank you. Next is our consent calendar. So these items will be approved by one motion unless any committee member wishes to remove an item or the item for discussion. And public comment will occur after the discussion if there is any. Would any member of the committee like to pull an item? Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
There are no public comments.
Okay. So can we have a motion to approve the consent calendar? So Alex Brown moves and Kevin Ma seconds. And now we will vote to approve the consent calendar. So this is going to happen on our screen also, yes? Okay.
Yes? All right, I think you should see that now. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move to agenda item 4, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the committee on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the committee from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public like to provide comment on non-agenda items? Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Okay. Then that concludes our oral communication. So now we move on to our first appeal hearing. And this is 5.1, Appeal of Hearing Officer Decision, Petition Number C 22230037. The Rental Housing Committee, in hearing the appeal, is acting in a quasi-judicial fashion and will conduct the hearing in accordance with those standards. Staff will detail the appeal hearing process in their presentation. Before we get started, Rental Housing Committee members are required to disclose any communications that they have had with any of the parties to the petition or the parties' representatives, and the substance of those communications since the date the petition was filed. The decision of the RHC is to be based on the record presented to the hearing officer. Information disclosed to an RHC member that is not part of the record is not to be considered in the hearing. Do any RHC members have ex parte communications that need to be disclosed? Okay, seeing none. We will now proceed with the hearing. Are there members of the public who are not parties to the petition who would like to speak? In person, public comments will be called to speak first. Any member of the public wishing to provide virtual comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Staff will display a countdown timer on the screen. You will be given 3 minutes.
There are no comments online.
Okay, thank you. So next we'll move to a staff presentation.
Great, thank you. And can I just make sure that you all can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. All right, we can jump in to the purpose, which is to consider the tentative appeal decision and either accept the tentative appeal decision or modify the tentative appeal decision with instructions to staff citing appropriate evidence and the record to support any modifications. So in this presentation, I will go over the RHC decision process, the schedule for the appeal hearing, as well as a summary of the petition and the appeal. Next slide. So the role of the Rental Housing Committee is to exercise its independent judgment for questions of law, such as statutory interpretation. This is called de novo review. For questions of fact, the RHC must determine whether or not each appealed element of the hearing officer's decision is supported by substantial evidence. You're not reweighing the evidence or relitigating the issues. The appeal is based on the record submitted to the hearing officer. No new evidence is to be accepted, and if it is introduced, should be ignored in making your decision. This does not mean that the Rental Housing Committee has to come to the same conclusions as the hearing officer after having considered the evidence. In this case, staff is not recommending a de novo hearing. That would require a new formal hearing, which requires significant time to prepare for the Rental Housing Committee. The evidence in the record is sufficient, and in fact, in this case, there's already been 2 hearings, so there has been plenty of opportunity for evidence to be submitted and considered by the hearing officer. Next slide. So the petition, the tenant's petition defines the scope of the hearing officer's decision. And similarly, appeals of the hearing officer's decision limit your scope of review on appeal. So you are only to review items of the remand hearing, the hearing remand decision that have been appealed by in this case, nothing beyond that. We can go on to the next slide. So the schedule for the appeal, I think everyone has gotten pretty familiar with these, but for the sake of the parties, the staff will finish up its presentation, and then the appellant, which in this case is the landlord, will have an opportunity to do a 10-minute presentation, followed by a 10-minute presentation by the respondent, who in this case is the tenant. Thereafter, the appellant will have 5 minutes for a rebuttal, followed by 5 minutes of a rebuttal for the respondent. And then the RHC can ask questions to staff, followed by questions for the appellant and the respondent. And lastly, the RHC deliberations and decisions on whether to accept or modify the tentative appeal decision. So getting now into the petition summary. This petition might sound familiar to you all because, as I mentioned, it has previously come up on appeal and was remanded by the Rental Housing Committee. So this petition sought a downward adjustment based on failure to maintain a habitable premises due to lack of hot water. Next slide. So as you'll see here, this is the process or the timeline for the original petition. You all heard the appeal back on September 25th, 2023. Go to the next slide. And since that time, there's been a remand hearing that has been held. The hearing officer issued a remand decision that was appealed by the landlord, and so a new tentative decision was issued on the new issues that have been appealed in the hearing officer's remand decision, which leads us to this evening, where we have another appeal hearing. So just as a summary, going back to the hearing officer's original decision, that concluded that between November 12, 2022 and the date of the petition, the maximum water temperature as measured from the faucet in the tenant's unit failed to reach the 120-degree minimum required by the Health and Safety Code. The tenant provided reasonable notice of this issue to the landlord, who failed to correct the issue, and therefore, as a result, the tenant was found to be entitled to a 10% rent reduction for each day since December 1, 2022, that the minimum hot water temperature was not met, and an ongoing rent reduction until the maximum water temperature was met for 15 days, consecutive days. So on appeal, part of the Rental Housing Committee's decision was to remand the hearing officer's decision in part because the landlord had correctly asserted that the Health and Safety Code section that was relied upon by the hearing officer was applicable to food service facilities rather than to residential units. And therefore, there was insufficient evidence in the record for the committee to conclude whether the water temperatures constituted a violation of the health and safety codes. And so the issue was remanded to the hearing officer for determination of a proper standard for hot water in a residential dwelling. Next slide. So on remand, after hearing, the hearing officer issued a remand decision and determined that the reasonable standard for minimum hot water temperature is not less than 110 degrees Fahrenheit per the International Property Maintenance Code. This code was provided to the hearing officer by the city's multifamily housing inspection department, and it is the standard. They don't really have a standard, but it is the one that they use, more or less so. Based on this standard, the landlord's failure constituted a failure to maintain a habitable premises, the failure to provide hot water. And because of the difference between the 120 degree and 110 degree um, standard, the hearing officer lowered the award from 10% to 8%, um, but provided for a mechanism by which the uh, amount of the award would increase over months if the were not addressed adequately, up to 12% as the maximum. And the hearing officer determined that based on the tenant's rent of $2,245, this meant that a rent credit of $5.99 per day or $179.60 per month would be provided, continuing until successful resolution of the issue. I didn't summarize it here, but the remand decision does also set out a fairly robust procedure by which the parties can determine whether or not the hot water issue has been successfully addressed adequately. And so that is incorporated into, or would be incorporated into, the tentative appeal decision if it's adopted by the Rental Housing Committee. So on appeal, the landlord raises three issues. The first is that the hearing officer erred or abused his discretion in relying on the International Property Maintenance Code standard of 110 degrees Fahrenheit for hot water. The second is that the hearing officer erred or abused his discretion in determining that the landlord had failed to adequately address the hot water temperature issue. And finally, that the hearing officer erred in calculating the rent credit for the property. So the tentative appeal decision affirms the hearing officer's decision in part and amends it in part. Tentative appeal decision determines that there's sufficient evidence in the record to support the hearing officer's application of the International Property Maintenance Standard of 110 degrees Fahrenheit. The record demonstrates that the landlord and the tenant had sufficient opportunity at the remand hearing to present all of the potential standards to be considered by the hearing officer, and the landlord failed to raise either the OSHA standard or the EPA standard that is cited or referenced in their appeal. And that the hearing officer was directed by both the appeal decision and the remand order to determine the appropriate standard based on information gathered from the parties and any experts and their the hearing officer's determination of the 110 degree Fahrenheit standard, therefore complied with the appeal decision and remand order, and therefore did not abuse his discretion in reaching that conclusion. As to the second issue, the tentative appeals decision provides that the landlord is barred from raising this issue on appeal about whether there was sufficient evidence to support the hearing officer's conclusion that they had failed to address the hot water issue adequately. The tentative appeal decision explains that they're barred from raising this issue because they did not raise it in the original appeal, the time for which has already elapsed, and this issue was not dealt with again at the remand hearing, so it is not an appropriate topic for this appeal. Lastly, the landlord correctly contends that the rent that was relied on by the hearing officer in the remand decision is incorrect. The hearing officer at the original hearing determined that the lawful rent for the property was $2,200. There's no evidence that the lawful rent for the property has changed since the hearing. Nevertheless, the hearing officer's remand decision uses a rent of $2,245 to calculate, and that's incorrect. So the petitioner's rent is in fact $2,200 per month, and assessing the 8% reduction, petitioner is entitled to a rent credit of $5.87 per day, or $176 per month. So fiscal impact, any decision by the RHC on appeal, including adoption or modification of the tentative appeal decision, could potentially lead to litigation, which would have fiscal impacts. However, one purpose of appealing a hearing officer's decision to the committee is to ensure that hearing decisions are legally defensible, and so the appeal process to the committee reduces overall risk of legal liability and legal expenses. Next slide. So staff's recommendation is that you consider the tentative appeal decision and either accept the tentative appeal decision or modify the tentative appeal decision with instructions to staff citing appropriate evidence in the record. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. So now we will move to the appellant landlord's time to address us. And the landlord should come to the podium if you're speaking in person, or click the raise hand button in Zoom. The speech timer will be displayed. You have 10 minutes.
All right, can you all hear me? Yes, you can. Okay. I totally understand that this has been going on for a year and a half, and it needs to be resolved. Our tenant, his readings don't jive with the same ones that I get or the plumbers that I have go in. It's understandable, like we talked last time. It's a variable from the distance from the hot water tank, which is always set at 135, to the tenant's apartments. The first thing is like I remember he was supposed to find a code, and there is not one in California for the hot water from the faucet. That's why they have adopted the international code, which was made up by the United Nations. But if we're under that umbrella, we are under that umbrella. What can we do? So therefore, not even going to the second one, since I'm barred to mention the decisions that came up, I had talked with one of the people from the rent stabilization department about possibly giving me some extra time, because I'm thinking I have come up with a solution to this problem. Since the hot water tank is hot enough to get rid of all the bad stuff, it goes on a recirculating line to all the 72 units that are there on the premise. His is one that is not being adequately heated. In talking to all the plumbers, they can't come up with a thing. They say 105, 110 is usually the range. That's in debate. It could go in debate forever, whatever. So my possible conclusion to achieve him the water that he's expected, because he has been approached and asked if he would be willing to move to a different location on the property, since he likes the property. He declined 2 times. So my only other recourse at this time in representing my employers is to possibly, and we don't know for sure, that's why I was asking for an extension. It was denied to me. I am working with a gentleman that possibly within his unit alone, we could put in a hot water tankless mechanism. It's a little box that heats up the water and distributes it within just his apartment. It would not affect any of the other 71 units. It would just be for him in that apartment. It will be costly, but we're just going to go round and around about this thing. It's been a year and a half. I feel it needs to be resolved. So I am meeting with the plumber next week, the gentleman that said that he could possibly do that, but he has to check the electrical, the water supply. So it's going to be a process in getting this thing resolved. So that's where I'm at. I'm asking that, since that we've come down, that's the last thing we can pull out of the rabbit's hat, let's say, to try to resolve this issue. So I will be meeting with him next week, and then we're going to see if that's a possibility that will correct this issue since he doesn't want to move. So that's on that one. The last thing, as far as the amount of the rent at 2,200, and his rent has been that since day one. It has not changed. There's been no anything about it, but he does write a check for $2,245. The $45 covering a different expense. He chooses to put them in just one check, which is fine. But my concern is he and myself are the only two people that know that he does this. Where the hearing officer came up with this $2,245 causes me concern as to who is he talking to or what's going on. I did not tell him this amount. So that's the only question I have about the integrity and the clarity of this whole thing. And that's just my concern. But I'm hoping you guys come up with a solution for us and get this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we will hear from the tenant respondent. And are they online?
Yes, they're online.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. So I appreciate your time today. I would like to respond to some of the comments made by the landlord. So in this case, this is the first time I'm hearing that there is any disagreement upon the temperature measurement that's been taken inside my apartment. Both the temperatures that I have taken, as well as the plumbers that have taken temperatures, are below oftentimes 105 degrees, but also below 110 degrees, which is the agreed upon temperature from the tap for this petition. The statement regarding the hot water being of suitable temperature at the tank is definitely the case. There have been photos submitted showing the temperature readings to be between 130 to 140 plus. But the reality of the situation is I am often not getting suitable temperatures at my tap. It seems to be just simply a factor of lack of insulation to the complex's plumbing. The statement regarding the 105 to 110 degree range being normal from plumbers that the landlord has spoken to, I can't make a comment to what their statements or opinions are, but we have agreed upon 110 degrees as of the last hearing, and I've been measuring below 105 degrees fairly consistently over this last year and a half. So regardless of that, I'm still not getting suitable temperatures at my tap. Regarding my requested move to a different apartment, I have only declined that move once, which is given in writing to the landlord. I was open to seeing the new apartment until an additional appeal was submitted. And at that point, I decided I did not want to move forward with moving to a new new apartment. There are a few reasons to that. One is there have been no assurances made to me in regards to me maintaining the same or lower rent than I'm currently paying, partly because I would be losing a backyard by moving. I am entirely unsure of how a security deposit and review would be handled in that case. Again, no assurances have been made there. And a move would cost me both a lot of time and potentially money, which is not an additional expense I feel I need to make to remedy my own hot water situation in my apartment. Ultimately, a move is not an obligation on my end and not something I would like to do in this case. I enjoy where I live currently. And then finally, in regards to the hearing officer coming up with the rent credit based on $2,245, that was just a case of it was simply an error on the hearing officer's end. That was due to seeing my checks paid rather than basing the rent credit off of the initial amount listed on my my initial lease, which was made available, but mistakes happen. No big deal there. I think that comes out to a total of $3.60 a month, which I do agree is incorrect. But nothing fishy was happening there. It was just an error of calculation. That is all I have for my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next we will move to rebuttals. And the first rebuttal available is to the landlord, and you have 5 minutes if you wish to make rebuttal statements.
Since he brought up the temperatures, I'm barred from talking about that, so I can't respond to that. His readings were different than mine. You know, it's just a difference. Mine were done by plumbers. He was done by himself in a plastic container. So I won't say any more on that issue. In regards to, he has been offered twice a different apartment, and he has declined both of them. Like he said, he likes living where he's living. And I do understand it's difficult to change, so you have to weigh the odds. Hot water, or do you want to move? I did tell him, and I showed him photos of the readings at this other apartment. It was 117. So, you know, that's just another difference of opinion, and I'm not going to argue with that. As far as the rent checks, I don't remember in any of the documents submitted by Mr. Walker that he showed one of his checks being $2,245. I never showed it to anybody, and I don't see it in any of the records with him submitting the check for that much. So where the hearing officer came up with that amount, it's anybody's guess. And that's all I have to say on those two things.
Thank you. Next, we will move to rebuttal opportunity for the tenant, and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I would only like to reply to the temperatures being different between my own measurements and the plumber's. My initial temperatures were submitted via water in a plastic container that I had heated up. I made sure to run that under hot water so it came to temperature. There were concerns, potentially justifiably raised by the landlord. So in all future measurements, I stopped using the plastic container and measured straight from the tap, whether that was the bathtub, the bathroom sink, or the kitchen sink. So there are many measurements within the record that are measured in the exact same style as the plumber. But most significantly, the reason for any deviation in temperatures between my own measurements and the plumber's, aside from the fact that the plumber has also measured temperatures below the 110 degree mark, is that all of those plumber temperatures were taken in the middle of the day after sun up, after oftentimes noon when the sun had been up for a number of hours at that point. Most of my measurements are taken either at night or in the morning before the sun is actually up, when I have to shower to get ready for work. So my primary issue with the hot water is the lack of consistency. I do get water temperatures above 110 degrees during the day, sometimes, but the real issue is the fact that I don't have consistent access to hot water 24 hours a day. So during the cold months and before the sun is up, that's when many of my measurements are taken, as that's when I've actually had issues with this. Waking up to take a cold shower is quite rough, as I'm sure you can imagine. That's all I would like to respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next in our hearing, we will move to questions. So first, Rental Housing Committee members, does anyone have questions for staff? I'm going to switch over to Granicus. Committee Member Brown?
Okay, so regarding the $45 difference, I saw from one of the question responses that this is a $45 charge for charging a vehicle that was not achieved through a joint petition. Would that be, that's outside the scope of this petition, but would that be grounds for a separate petition for unlawful rent?
I mean, that is outside the scope of this petition. It would be up to the tenant. There might be an opportunity for a joint petition between the landlord and the tenant.
And then the other question is, could the standard that is decided on here, if upheld, be cited as precedential in future hearings?
Do you mean the
So
water
far-
standard?
Yes.
Naz, do you want to answer that?
Sure. I mean, so far, the decisions that have been issued by the hearing officer as well as the rental housing committee have not been considered precedential or binding on other decisions. If that's something that the rental housing committee would like to consider doing, we may need to first consider regulation before imposing that, which is again outside the scope of this discussion. But as of right now, that has not been the practice to have decisions or standards be applicable to other decisions unless they're in the regulations of the CSFRA itself, of course.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing other questions on the screen. Why am I not seeing it on my screen then?
Are you on the floor?
Yes. Oh, no, I was not. I was on agenda. So I apologize for this, but we're trying to learn to use our software to have an efficient meeting. Okay, I'm seeing the one you just pushed. Committee Member Cox.
Okay. Yeah, just like a related question to what Committee Member Brown had asked. I'm wondering, in this decision, they talked about lowering the amount of the penalty from a higher amount to a lower amount based on the fact that this agreed that the hearing officer thought the standard based on the regulation that she had found would be 110 rather than 120. So my question on that is that are those kinds of determinations purely at the discretion of the hearing officer? Or is it that, again, the hearing officers have some standards that they're supposed to use based on, the deviation between the requirement and what actually is achieved?
So as of right now, those valuations are purely within the discretion of the hearing officer. The hearing officers will consider testimony and evidence from both parties as to what an appropriate amount of the reduction is. So for instance, if a tenant says, I believe that this has impacted me in this amount of way, and it should result in X amount of increase, they will consider that. They'll also consider any evidence, mitigating evidence from a landlord that no, it shouldn't be that amount. But ultimately, yes, the decision is up to the hearing officer as to what the reduction amount should be. There's currently no standard across the board.
Okay, and then just another question for clarification. I don't know if it's directly on point, but I'm wondering that, charging a car, it seems like it's part of utilities. Under RUBS, would it in the future be considered part of the rent?
That is definitely beyond the scope of this.
You let me know when it's the time for me to ask that question, and I'll do it. Because I'd like to know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know what the mechanism is for charging a vehicle at this particular location. I don't know if that, involves using an actual device that the landlord has set up for that on the property, or if it includes just plugging it in somewhere. But yeah, it seems slightly.
Okay, so you're saying right now you don't really know.
Right.
Okay, yeah, my only comment is that I think in the future we should get that clarified. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
I'm not seeing other questions for staff right now. Okay. So, just a moment. So next, we have the opportunity to ask questions of the landlord or the tenant. Does anyone have questions they would like to ask the landlord or the tenant? Committee Member Balch.
Thank you. Yes, this question is for the landlord. You had, it sounds like there is general agreement with the tenant and the landlord that the temperature of the heater is proper 135 plus or minus.
Correct.
And you have a recirculating pump on the property. Has there been any, I'm just curious, is it an insulation issue that the plumber has talked about? What was the issue for his specific unit? Has anyone figured that out?
Okay, we're in an area that I was barred. I'm not sure, so I can talk about that now since it's been opened up by the tenant, because it said that was one of the things I couldn't talk about.
I'm not asking or trying to relitigate what the temperature was. I'm just trying to understand if because there is a comment, I believe, well, so in our paperwork, and I'm not sure whether you wrote it or someone else wrote it, there is a comment about the characteristics of the property making it infeasible to remedy, approximately, and I'm just curious if you could comment on those characteristics.
Yeah, I understand. The problem with the property is it's a very old piece of property. It was put in the 60s. So it's not, doesn't have all of the new things to it. They have dug up lines. They have checked the shut-off valves, trying to find anything that would, explain what's going on with his one unit. He's in the center of 8, I believe, or maybe more than that, 10. But it was explained to me by the people that work on the huge tank that we have in there that is heated up by 2 separate boilers to maintain this 135 to 40 temperature. He could be in a dead spot, they said, where when the water's going through and it stays hot, continually going from the hot tank to each unit, circulating all the time. He said it may be at a point that has lowered. We have big trees on there. He said possibly a root is resting on it to where it's not getting the full capacity. He said that's something that, would have to be considered. He says, I doubt it, because if his was affected, the ones around him would be effective, and some other units. And I haven't had any complaints from anybody. So, it's one of those, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't have all the answers. All we can do is make judgment calls and try to do the best we can with what we know. And the plumbers themselves had said, variables, how far away the apartment is from where it starts and where it ends. Even though it's consistent, if everybody is pulling from it, it's going to lower in its temperature. So there's a lot of variables in there, and to have an exact answer, you can't. But that's why this one plumber explained to me that maybe within his unit, like I said, that's our next, I want to resolve this. I mean, it's not my money. It's not coming out of my pocket. It's just, I get along fine with Mr. Walker. We have no problems. I love his cat, Jack. But, it's one of those things that it needs to be resolved. It's been a year and a half. And everybody's tried, no answers. So this heating element, now that they're talking about putting in just his unit to give him a higher temperature, seems to be the answer. Right. That's the only thing I can think of.
Thank you. And just to clarify my understanding that I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like it's not necessarily about absolute distance, because his unit is in the center of some other units.
He's on the bottom floor.
Okay, so he's not like at the very end. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. And then one final follow-up question I was going to ask. This potential of putting in a tankless heater, as you're saying, any particular reason why that wasn't considered previously versus now?
It was talked about, but then it was also, because we may try to put this in, and like I said, it's an old complex put in the 60s. They didn't have tankless water heaters back then. So this gentleman has to go in and he has to evaluate where to put it. Luckily, the bathroom and the kitchen they're back to back. So it's not like it's going to be running pipes and stuff all over. But until he gets in there, evaluates it, and sees what's going on, that's why I was asking for an extension to go ahead and get his report. But he didn't have time to do it this week. So it's still in the possibilities. Can't say it's going to work, can't say it will make a big, huge difference. But right now, since he does not want to move, we have to, consider that. And that's the only option I can think of right now.
And pardon me, one more question. I forgot I had one more. So as you said, this building was built in the 60s. It's been many years.
Yes.
Has there ever been such a situation previously in this unit?
I've been there a year and a half, and when I started in August, and he moved in June, and then I think it's December is when he called me about this issue, and that's when I had the boiler people and all the plumbers come in, and just trying to figure out what's going on, and yeah, so that's where we're at now, and I'd like to get it resolved.
Thank you. Thank you.
But there's never been any. I asked my property owner, my boss, and she said she's never had anybody complain about it. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
but there's
I
always a
think-
first time for everything,
I think we'll move on and hear what other questions we have.
Okay.
Committee Member Brown.
Hey, so also a question.
Yes.
So I know that your sounds like relatively new, but from the property owner, do you have a record of plumbing work, upgrades, maintenance that's been done?
I went to the city clerk's office, and she had given me a email site to pull these up, and there's a lot of stuff in there, and I have not been able to designate that. I mean, it's an old complex, and I'm going through a lot of paperwork. And I do have 71 other tenants that require my attention. I'm the type where when the phone rings, I answer it. I don't just let it ring and leave a message. I answer it. Because I figure if they're taking their time to call me, I want to be able to answer it for them. I'm a hands-on type of person. So I'm still looking through that too, because that was an option. He said, we're going to have to figure out where the lines lay and everything. And I said, okay, I'll go down to city clerk's office. And I did that, as soon as this thing started. I went down there and pulled up that site, and I'm still going through all the papers, and I haven't found it yet.
Okay. Yeah, my question is more, if you had that, to see if there was work done on other units that hadn't been done to this one.
Exactly.
Like if it had been occupied more consistently and so there wasn't time to do insulation upgrades or things like that.
As far as I know,
But
there has not been any. There hasn't been any issues. The old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this is the first time this has happened. So,
thanks.
okay.
Thank you. And now Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, just a few questions. I'm not a plumber, so, if I ask a question that's plumbing stupid, forgive me for it. So did you proactively go and test other units to see what the temperature was inside there, or
Yeah.
and you found it to be, at the tap, and you found it to be warm enough?
Well, at that time, I did find one tenant, and I told her, I said, can I, because I'm not going to go, hey, I want to come in and test your water. Then they're going to say, what's wrong with the water? That type of thing. So when there was an occasion to go in, I told my maintenance man, when you go in, take this thermometer and test the water and let me know what it is. That kind of thing. And it ranged anywhere from 105 up to 100, and some of them were almost 120. Some of them got very hot, some of them were not as hot. So once again, varying. If the lines, like I said, it's an old complex, and like you, I am not a plumber. I'm just going by the information that I get and I investigate in, and because I'm the type where I want to know how, what, where, and when. And so I've been trying to do as much as I can when I have time, but it's like, that's why I'm thinking, this tank sounds like the answer, because...
Okay, I just wondered, there might have been the possibility to check vacant units, or is the water turned off for the vacant units?
Say that again?
Is the water turned off when a unit is vacant?
No.
Oh, okay.
Electric and water always stays
That
on.
might have been one thing. The other question I would ask is, you say it's at 130. If you put it at 140, would that be a solution, or is it just that would make it too hot in some of the units? So.
Yeah, it is. I had asked the Bay City Boilers, the one that takes care of our hot water tank, because it feeds all of the 72 units. And I had asked him, could we possibly raise it a little bit? And he said, I wouldn't. He said these lines probably wouldn't take that extra heat, and it would deteriorate the pipes even quicker, and then you're going to have a big mess, because once one goes off, they all go off.
Okay.
So yeah, I had asked them at the very beginning if they could turn that heat up and if it was made.
My guess is likely that when you did have other units checked, it was probably during the day, right, during normal working hours?
Yeah, yeah, when the maintenance man had to go in and address a problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're done with questions for the moment.
All right.
So unless there are other questions right now.
Can I intercede really quickly?
Yes,
My
please.
apologies. Just while the lines of questioning were allowed to go on, I just want to remind the Rental Housing Committee that what you're considering tonight is limited by what was appealed. And so the hot water temperature or potential resolutions to this issue are outside of the scope of the appealed element. And so just putting that out there.
I'd like to ask staff a question. So we heard some conversation tonight from the landlord asking for an extension. And is that outside the scope of what we can consider tonight?
I'm not exactly sure what an extension means, but there has already been a hearing and a determination made by the hearing officer that they have so far failed to maintain a habitable premises. And so, this has been ongoing for, as they mentioned themselves, over a year. And so I don't know what an extension would look like, but it is my inclination to say that it would be outside of the scope of what the Rental Housing Committee could do at this point when there's been multiple hearings on this issue.
Can I just add? So the decision effectively is compensating the tenant for what has been a problem in the past. So an extension isn't going to really change that. And the way the decision is drafted, the tenant will continue to get a rent reduction until this is fixed. So an extension doesn't really have relevance here. As soon as they fix it, the rent reduction will go away.
Thank you. Committee Member Brown.
Okay, so this is now questions for the petitioner. So Eric, assuming that you've looked at the tentative appeal decision, does the scheme of the 10 date and time thing, does that seem something that's workable for you in terms of confirming that the work has been done and that it's been adequately addressed?
I have concerns regarding time of year, but I think it's frankly a little bit unreasonable to have to wait again until next winter to determine that I'm getting suitable hot water. If that's an issue later on, I will deal with it at that point. So yes, I am comfortable with the decision as it stands.
Thank you.
So I'm not currently seeing other speakers, so I think perhaps we're ready to move to deliberation. Committee Member Cox.
Yes, I want to thank the landlord for coming here in person to talk to us and inform us in some detail about what she's attempted to do in this case. I want to thank staff for a well-considered recommendation, and also for following up on my question about the difference between the two rental amounts that I had asked about, because that was the one thing in the staff report that I wasn't completely clear on. Having said that, I think that, given that our purpose here is to determine whether, what the hearing officer and and what's in the staff report is, reasonable, I would say that I would come to the conclusion that it is. and that I would move at the right time to adopt the hearing officer's decision with the amendment from staff about the recalculation of the rent as the recommendation, not recommendation, but the decision that we would put forward.
Thank you, and I'm going to just note that we're moving on to deliberations at this point. Committee Member Balch.
See, I think there's a motion on the floor, so is there a second for that motion?
Oh, the time is now. Committee Member Cox, to make a motion? Oh, it's on the.
Just did.
He
The
hit the
mover is
button.
here, and we have the seconder. Learning to look at the screens. Thank you very much. Okay, so yes, now discussion. And Committee Member Balch.
Thank you. There are two really interesting, two big issues here. There's an issue for the city of Mountain View, and then there is an issue for this particular situation. This particular situation, I have empathy for both the tenant and the landlord. I would absolutely not want to be without hot water, and I don't. My personal opinion, grounded in no science or law, is that 105 degrees would be uncomfortable for me and my family, and I would like to have a hot shower any time of the year, any time of the day. I have tremendous empathy for the landlord because Mountain View and California's housing stock is aging rapidly, and plumbing from the 60s and 50s is a nightmare, and it is an expensive nightmare. And these are really difficult situations. And I do believe that the landlord has tried various things. The reality is that as soon as you're up against a habitability issue, that is to be taken extremely seriously, because a landlord will not win a habitability issue. And the longer it goes on, the deeper the hole gets, and it starts out expensive and it gets even more expensive when it comes to digging up plumbing. And I have firsthand experience with that. So that's just a really unfortunate reality, and there is really, I mean, there's just no way around having to provide hot water and having an issue with that for 16 months or so. So it appears to me that the hearing officer came to a reasonable conclusion. I do want to say, though, and this is nothing that the Housing Committee can directly affect because the CSFRA is the law of the land. Watch out, Mountain View. This is going to happen a lot more, and it's going to get ugly over the next coming years, because every residence built in the 50s through 70s is going to start to break down in this exact same way. This is happening all over California. So anyway, we'll have to see how the voters use their wisdom to deal with that. But for this particular case, it's just really clear that hot water needs to be provided, and I think the hearing officer did the right thing.
Committee Member Brown.
I'd also like to thank both the petitioner and the appellant for coming here and speaking to us. Otherwise, I agree with my colleagues. I think that I would approve the tentative appeal decision. Thanks.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the tentative appeal decision. I support the 2,200 for basing the penalty amount on, and I support that there is appropriate, following the CSFRA, for there to be a penalty amount that is awarded to the, or petition, amount that is awarded to the tenant, and that the rent will be increased back up when the condition is cured. So, and I'm happy that there are plans to do that, but following the CSFRA is our mandate, and I support that. I'm appreciative that the City of Mountain View suggested a standard, even if it is a global standard. I appreciate the local input onto what that standard should be. Are there other comments? Committee Member Ma.
Thank you, Chair. Like the rest of those who have spoken, I do thank the work of staff to try to find a resolution that seems to be acceptable at the moment. I'm just commenting to just make a point that the IPMC is created by the International Code Council, which only applies to the US and Canada, because it's just a bunch of code officials in the two countries. And that's it.
Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, I mean, it's not directly relevant on this case, but it does disturb me that it was this hard to come up with what the right temperature is. I mean, I went around and I searched on the web and I found a bunch of different information. I think it was the landlord who had suggested a standard that came from the city and county of San Francisco. I know we're not there, even though a lot of times in the newspaper, people like to advertise that we're just as good as that. But I mean, it just adds to the whole confusion of this. And if there is any way for us to establish a standard that somebody can call in and find out without so much trouble, I really wish we can do that. You know, the other thing is that I thought that it was mentioned earlier that, meaning last year, that, you know, we might be able to come up with some kind of like guidelines and standards that the hearing officers might uniformly apply in these kinds of cases. I mean, I think this one was reasonable, but it just does, again, bother me that, you know, it's such an arbitrary thing. And so if at what point in time we can take these issues up, you know, I'm very interested in discussing them further. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rosas.
Hi, yes, can we call for a vote?
Do I need to respond to that, or can I go to, we have one more speaker in queue.
Well, technically, if you want to follow Robert's Rules of Order, Rosenberg's Rules of Order, the question has been called. So,
And then what's the next action?
Voting.
Okay, let's be technical and vote.
The motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you. I think we have a long night, so as chair, I would like to say we're done. Thank you. And are we ready to go right to our next appeal? I would like to do that, and then after our next appeal, take a break. Is that okay with everyone? Okay. I am looking at my script. Sorry, I'm looking for my appropriate papers here. Found it. Thank you. We will now move to agenda item 5.2, appeal of hearing officer's decision regarding petition numbers C222-30050 and C222-30051. And the Rental Housing Committee, in hearing the appeal, is acting in a quasi-judicial fashion and will conduct the hearing in accordance with those standards. Staff will detail the appeal hearing process in their presentation, or perhaps we've heard that already tonight. We'll see what's appropriate. And before we get started, Rental Housing Committee members are required to disclose any communications that they have had with any parties to these appeals or the parties' representatives, and the substance of those communications since the date the petition was filed. The decision of the Rental Housing Committee is based on the record presented to the hearing officer. Information disclosed to a Rental Housing Committee member is not part of the record, is not to be considered in the hearing. Do any Rental Housing Committee members have any ex parte communications that need to be discussed? So I'm seeing head nods, and I don't think we're doing this on screen, so I think we can move ahead. And are there any members of the public for these appeals who would like to comment on the petition who are not parties to the petition?
There are no comments online.
Okay. So next, we will have a staff presentation.
I believe there's,
Yeah, Patricia, were you going to give some opening?
I believe Andrea is planning to give that opening comment.
Thank you.
I am. All right, thank you. This agenda item will require language interpretation in both Spanish and Chinese. And I just want to give a reminder before we have our presentation that if our presenter and our speakers can please remember to speak slowly so that our interpreters have a chance to translate. And also, while you do your presentation, if you can please leave a few seconds of a pause after the end of each slide, it will allow a chance for the interpreters to catch up before we move on to the next slide. I'll now hear from our interpreters who will let people know how to enter in the translation Zoom rooms. Jason, if you want to maybe say your message in Spanish.
Yeah. Si necesita interpretación al español, pulse el botón Interpretación en Zoom y seleccione el idioma adecuado para escuchar la reunión en ese idioma. Gracias.
And Ariana, if you're available for the Mandarin interpretation.
欢迎大家今晚参加暂定上诉决定会议。您可以选择中文来听，今天晚上会议的详情。等会儿会有地图仪发现，你可以点那个听中文。Thank you.
Right, thank you. Let's begin.
okay. We can go to the first slide.
Quick question. Is there a way for us to see if the parties have joined the interpretation rooms?
Maybe if one of the interpreters can let us know.
If they can raise their hands, then we know they are in the interpretation room.
Can we have that in Spanish and Mandarin, please?
如果大家能听到中文的话，请点一个举手的按钮，这样我们知道您可以听到中文。谢谢。
I see that both one of the tenant has raised her hand, which I'm assuming that means that she can hear. And one of the participants from the landlord has raised their hand, and so has another. So perhaps we are all set, given Ivy's description there. Is that correct, Ivy?
Yes.
Thank you. So I think we're okay to continue.
Can they
All
speak in
right.
Spanish anyway? Because I don't know if everybody who's on there.
So we're having a question from Committee Vice Chair Rosas. Are you wanting a way to hear the Spanish translation? Or?
Yeah, if we could do that, just in case.
I'm not sure how we can do that.
The Spanish translation for the item, agenda item given by the staff for the actual staff presentation is in a interpretation room so that we can do simultaneous translation. The tenant, the party to this appeal, is in the room with the interpreter. And this allows us to do multiple translations at the same time. When the presentation is over by staff, we will then bring the parties to the petition back into the full Zoom room and then do consecutive translation. So one person will speak, English will be interpreted, and then it will be interpreted into the next language for the following rest of the time that the appeal hearing involves the parties to the petition. And then once it's back to committee deliberations, the participants will go back to simultaneous interpretation in the separate interpretation Zoom rooms.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the person who may need Spanish translation was understanding that it was going to be translated. Because I mean, my understanding is that it was translated into Mandarin, but not into Spanish.
It's
The fact that
being
you were raising
translated
your
into
hand.
both.
I'm sorry.
It's being translated into both Spanish and Mandarin.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Because I didn't see this, I didn't hear the Spanish translation.
He was the first person to speak after Andrea requested that they be given the instruction to go into the interpretation room. And she has verified that she is in the interpretation room with the interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm going to speak slowly as I possibly can. But please let me know if I need to slow down. Okay. So the purpose of this agenda item is to consider the tentative appeal decision and either accept the tentative appeal decision or modify the tentative appeal decision with instructions to staff citing appropriate evidence in the record. Go to the next slide.
And I will be pausing between transitions to allow them time to catch up.
Thank you. So I am going to go over the RHC's decision process again, in part because we do have parties who needed translation who have not heard this in their needed language. So I will be repeating that for their sake. And so I will be going over the RHC decision process, then the schedule for the appeal hearing, and finally a summary of the petition and appeal. Okay. Next slide. So the role of the Rental Housing Committee is to exercise its independent judgment as it relates to questions of law, such as statutory interpretation. This is called de novo review. For questions of fact, the Rental Housing Committee must determine whether or not each appealed element of the hearing officer's decision is supported by substantial evidence. This does not involve reweighing the evidence or relitigating the issues. The appeal is based on the records submitted to the hearing officer, meaning no new evidence should be accepted or considered in reaching your decision. This does not mean that the Rental Housing Committee would have to come to the same conclusions as the hearing officer. Next slide. So staff at this time is not recommending a de novo hearing for this appeal. That would require a new formal hearing, which requires significant time to prepare for the Rental Housing Committee. The existing evidence in the record is sufficient, and the existing record demonstrates adequate review and ample opportunities for the parties to present relevant evidence. Scope of decision. So the tenant's petition defines the scope of the hearing officer's decision, whereas the appeal by the landlord in this case of the hearing officer's decision limits the scope of the Rental Housing Committee's review on appeal. The Rental Housing Committee should not consider issues or elements of the hearing officer's decision that are not being appealed here tonight. I think we can go on to the next slide. So the schedule for the appeal hearing, the chair has already taken public comment. Staff will complete its presentation. Thereafter, the appellant, which in this case is the landlord, will have 10 minutes for their presentation, followed by 10 minutes for the respondent tenant to give their presentation. Thereafter, the appellant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal, followed by 5 minutes for the respondent's rebuttal. Then we will move, and as Patricia mentioned, staff's presentation will be completed with simultaneous translation. And then we will take a few minutes to shift over to consecutive for the presentations by the parties. So we'll need just a few moments after I conclude my presentation to make that shift. And then the Rental Housing Committee can ask questions to staff, followed by questions to the appellant and the respondent. And finally, we'll conclude with Rental Housing Committee deliberations and decisions. And again, that transition from the questions portion to the deliberations, the parties will go back into their breakout room or their translation rooms, not breakout rooms, my apologies, for simultaneous translation or interpretation. Next slide. So a summary of the petition. There are actually two petitions that are the basis for this appeal. They were heard together. So the first petition sought a downward adjustment of rent on the basis of unlawful rent on the theories or facts that the landlord failed to roll back the rent for the unit upon the effective date of the CSFRA, that the landlord or their predecessor improperly imposed the 2018 annual general adjustment, that the landlord or their predecessor collected payment for renter's insurance, and finally, that they imposed a fee for payment of rent via an online portal. Next slide. So the second petition sought a downward adjustment based on failure to maintain a habitable premises and reduction in housing services based on a water leak and consequential damage to one of the bedrooms in the unit, as well as the carport, condition of the carport and dripping of tar onto vehicles in the carport. And finally, the elimination of maintenance in the common areas. And I'm sorry, I don't know why landscaping is cut off there, but that is what it's supposed to say. So I don't think that the timeline for this is super important other than to point out that the hearing was held and closed on October 4th, but the hearing record was left open for a week thereafter to allow, in particular, the landlord in this case, to submit certain documents that were requested by the hearing officer, one of which is a document that is one of the basis of one of the appealed elements here this evening. So a summary of the hearing officer's decision, first as it relates to unlawful rent. It's found that the tenant met their burden of proof that the landlord and their predecessor unlawfully demanded and retained rent in excess of the amount permitted by the CSFRA. The hearing officer determined that the predecessor in interest to the landlord failed to roll back the tenant's base rent to $1,700 from $1,850 upon the effective date of the CSFRA. Thereafter, the landlord's predecessor in interest imposed the 2018 annual general adjustment of 3.6% on the incorrect base rent of $1,850. Lastly, the landlord's predecessor in interest collected $15 per month for renter's insurance for a period from May 1, again, apologies for the typos, that's supposed to say 2019 through January 2022. The tenant did not meet her burden of proof that the landlord or its predecessor demanded and retained unlawful rent as it relates to the $1.95 per month service charge related to the cost of paying rent via an online service, because she did not demonstrate that she was required to pay via the online service or that this was the only method of payment of rent that she could have used. Moving forward to the second petition, the hearing officer decided that the tenant had met her burden of proof that the landlord failed to maintain a habitable premises based on a water leak and the resulting damage in the second bedroom. The hearing officer determined that the landlord was provided adequate notice and an opportunity to cure this issue, but failed to do so. They also determined that the bedroom became completely unusable due to the damage, and therefore the landlord was liable for the period from November 2022 through the date of the hearing. And based on the fact that the bedroom was 1/4 of the livable space in the apartment and it had become completely unusable, the hearing officer determined that the tenant was entitled to a 25% monthly reduction in rent, which would amount to $425 per month. The hearing officer determined that the tenant did not meet their burden of proof, that the landlord failed to maintain a habitable premises, or reduced housing services based on the condition of the carport. Firstly, because the carport is not a habitable space. And secondly, because the tenant did not claim that they were unable to use their parking space, and therefore there was no evidence of a loss of the housing services or a reduction in the housing services based on the condition of the carport. Finally, the hearing officer determined that the tenant did meet a burden of proof that the landlord reduced housing services by eliminating landscaping services to the common areas of the property, and determined that a $50 per month reduction in rent was appropriate based on that elimination of services until the service is restored. On appeal, the landlord raises 5 issues. First, that the hearing officer abused her discretion by omitting landlord's clarification letter from the hearing record. Second, that the landlord mistakenly failed to include one of the documents requested by the hearing officer and should be permitted to submit it for consideration on appeal. Third, that the hearing officer abused her discretion by invalidating the imposition of the 2018 annual general adjustment of 3.6%. Fourth, that the hearing officer erred in concluding that the landlord and their predecessor in interest demanded and accepted unlawful rent. And lastly, that the hearing officer erred or abused her discretion in determining the rent for the property should be reduced by $450 per month due to the landlord's failure to maintain a habitable premises. So the tentative appeal decision recommends affirming the hearing decision in its totality. For the reasons explained in the tentative appeal decision, the hearing officer did not abuse her discretion in omitting the landlord's clarification letter because CSFRA Regulations Chapter 6, Section E6 provide that during a petition hearing, the parties may offer documents, testimony, or other evidence that, in the opinion of the hearing officer, is credible and relevant to the requested rent adjustment. The hearing officer explained the reasons why she had determined that this evidence was not relevant, including the fact that the issues raised in the clarification letter were issues that the landlord had an opportunity to address and did address during the hearing. Secondly, that the landlord did not demonstrate an excusable error sufficient to justify reopening the hearing record to admit the transfer disclosure statement that was requested by the hearing officer. The landlord merely states that they forgot or they, made an error as to not providing that document at the time that it was requested by the hearing officer, but they haven't established that this was an excusable error or even that submission of this document would have altered the outcome of the petition. Next, the hearing officer did not abuse her discretion by invalidating the 2018 annual general adjustment because the landlord's predecessor in interest first was not in substantial compliance with the CSFRA, which is a prerequisite for imposing a rent increase at the time that they imposed the rent increase because they had not rolled back the rent to the correct base rent. And secondly, because the increase was based on the incorrect base rent, which under the CSFRA section 1706A is unlawful rent. So fourth, the hearing officer did not err in concluding that the landlord demanded and accepted unlawful rent because the definition of landlord in CSFRA section 1702J includes or is an owner, lessor, sublessor, or any other person entitled to receive rent for the use and occupancy of any rental unit or an agent, representative, predecessor, or successor of any of the foregoing. Therefore, the landlord is liable under the CSFRA for their predecessors' violations that they continued after taking ownership of the property. Finally, there's sufficient evidence in the record, including the tenant's testimony and documentation provided, including photographs of the condition of the room, and a notice of violation from the City of Mountain View's Code Enforcement Department, which in fact flagged the condition of the second bedroom, including the water leak, the damages to the walls and the flooring, as issues that needed to be addressed and were violations of health and safety codes. To support the hearing officer's conclusion that the landlord failed to adequately address the water intrusion and damage to the bedroom after being provided notice and a reasonable opportunity to cure. In addition, as it relates to the $450 amount, the tenant's testimony that this constituted 1/4 of the livable space in the apartment was not contested by the landlord at the hearing. Therefore, it was reasonable for the hearing officers to conclude that a 25% rent reduction was appropriate. Fiscal impact. So any decision by the Rental Housing Committee on appeal, including adoption or modification of the tentative appeal decision, could potentially lead to litigation, which would have fiscal impacts. Notably, one purpose of appealing a hearing officer's decision to the Rental Housing Committee is to ensure that hearing decisions are legally defensible. So the appeal process reduces overall risk of legal liability and legal expenses. So staff's recommendation is for the Rental Housing Committee to consider the tentative appeal decision and either accept the tentative appeal decision or modify the tentative appeal decision with instructions to staff citing appropriate evidence in the record to support any modifications. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Naz. All right, so during the next portion of this agenda item, we'll be providing consecutive translation, and we're hoping that the parties will be able to speak for just a few sentences and then pause to allow for the Spanish and the Mandarin interpretation before continuing. And we again want to just encourage our speakers to please remember to speak slowly. And now if we can have all the parties to this petition join the main room. And please accept your request to be promoted to a panelist.
It appears as though the parties are here.
Great, thank you. All right, Chair Keating, you can continue with your...
Thank you. So to our appellant landlord, we'll begin with 10 minutes for you to address, and a timer will be displayed.
That will need to be translated into Mandarin and also into Spanish.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Before you begin speaking, Mr. Chen, can we please have translation of what the chair just said into Mandarin?
Okay, 你好.
By our interpreters.
Hello, 你好.
Hold on one second, please, Mr. Chen.
Okay.
Ivy, Jason, and Eileen, please join us in the main room. Eileen or Ivy, can you please translate into the main room what the chair shared?
I went ahead and closed the room, so maybe that will help.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm Jason, the Spanish interpreter.
We can hear you now, Jason.
Okay, yeah.
Ivy and Eileen, are you there?
I'm here, but I thought Ivy is interpreting right now. Is she
Can
here?
you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Because I was in the interpretation room, so you can't hear me. Yeah, I'm in the main room now. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Ivy, can you provide translation for what the chair shared? And then Jason will provide translation after.
Okay.
Would you like the chair to reshare what she stated?
I'll just go ahead and restate that we will begin after translation with comments from presentation, rather from the appellant landlord for 10 minutes.
那么在我们这个演示完毕之后呢，我们会请我们的上诉人，就是业主，发表10分钟以内的他的看法。
Ahora vamos a escuchar del propietario por 10 minutos y después de eso podemos hacer la presentación del alcalino.
And so now, Mr. Chen, when you're ready, you can give your presentation in Mandarin. You will have, we will be timing the English translation portion of your presentation. So what will happen is you will speak for 2 to 3 sentences. It will be translated into English and then translated into Spanish.
那么陈先生，你会有10分钟的时间来发表您的意见。那么请您在每2个句子到3个句子之间可以停顿一下，让我翻译完毕了，您再继续。然后呢，我们的西班牙语的翻译会将我的就是英文翻译再翻译成西班牙语给租户听，这样可以吗？
可以。
好，那麻烦您就是说的短一些，这样我比较能够精准的翻译，可以吗？谢谢。
好，可以。
And so, Jason, can you translate that into Spanish?
Ya. Ok, entonces vamos a escuchar de la presentación del propietario por 10 minutos. Él va a dar solo por un par de oraciones, 2 o 3 oraciones, y después de eso vamos a interpretar esa información a inglés y después inglés a español.
好的，我就开始。我是代表三井城中国基督教会。那我们是这个 Fourplex 的拥有者，2年前买了这个房子，那后来就是这个 tenant 有这个petition， 对，那这是前面我就先讲，我们对
So I represented the Mountain View Christian Church. The church owned the complex. We bought it 2 years ago, and tenant had an appeal. So that's why I'm here. Jason?
Ok. Yo represento la iglesia cristiana de la ciudad de Mountain View y esta iglesia son los propietarios de ese complejo. Y hemos comprado ese complejo de hace 2 años y en ese momento ya había una apelación del alcalino.
陈先生，您可以继续。
从我们对这么几个月来的听证的这些各方面的这个感受的结果，就是我们觉得我们是受到很不公平的对待。这个租客他们用了很多叫做不正确，或者是故意的方式。举个例子，比如说他们说我们威胁他们要把他们赶出去，就是说因为他们是移民，实际上我们也是移民，我们不会说这种话的。而且我们
have translations now.
Okay, so after a few months of the hearing, we felt like we get a very unfair treatment and result. The tenant deliberately done something, and they said that we threatened to throw them out of the house, but we wouldn't say that because we are immigrants too, and they said we did that because they are immigrants, but we won't say that because we are immigrants too. Jason.
Un par de meses dentro de la audiencia, dimos cuenta que hemos recibido tratamiento injusto y que el alcalino deliberadamente dijo que intentemos echar ellos de la propiedad y le dijeron que hicimos eso porque ellos son inmigrantes, pero nunca íbamos a decir eso porque somos inmigrantes también. Entonces eso no tiene mucho sentido.
陈先生。
好，还有他们甚至在这个在 petition 时候，他们说我们从来没做什么修理，但实际上我不是亲自管理这个 fourplex， 我因为当时是帮着买，我是作为一个buying agent， 但是因为我对这方面比较熟，所以我有 involve 的一些修理，至少我 involve 的修理就有10几次以上。
Okay, so the tenant in the petition, they mentioned that we never did any maintenance, and that's not true. Although I did not personally do the maintenance work, I'm the buying agent of the house, and I was involved in at least dozens of maintenance jobs. Jason. Jason?
Sí.
Please.
Dentro de la solicitud o de la petición, el alcalino dijo que nunca hicimos ningún mantenimiento de la residencia. Eso no es la verdad. Yo soy la persona, no soy la persona que hago el mantenimiento, pero yo soy la persona que hago las compras para la propiedad. Y entonces yo participé en algunas compras, por lo menos docenas de algunas compras que tiene que fue correspondiente de la mantención de la propiedad. Ivy.
Yes. 陈先生。
好，还有他说我们从来没割过草，实际上我叫人来割草就割过2次，因为割草也不可能天天割。另外有时候要请人来，人家有时候忙，就是割草的工人也要等时间。他说我们没有保持好这个 landscape， 但实际上我发现这个 tenant 他有2辆卡车，还有另一辆车，还有一个 storage shed， 它占用了很多 landscape 的地方。
Okay.
所以
So the tenant said we never mow the lawn, but actually we mow them twice. It's impossible to mow the lawn every day. And also the tenants have 2 trucks and a lot of tools that occupied a lot of landscaping spaces. Jason.
Ok. El alcalino dijo que nunca cortamos la pasta, pero eso no es la verdad. Cortamos la pasta 2 veces a la semana. Sería imposible cortar la pasta todos los días. Y también el alcalino tiene muchos herramientas y vehículos en los lugares que corresponde del paisajismo. Entonces es muy difícil para nosotros mantener el paisajismo debido al hecho que esas cosas están allá, en este espacio, digo. Ok, Ivy.
Mr. Chen.
还有就是这个人 committee 他们 hearing 的 official 要求我们在 support more evidence for the right something。那我们后来就写了，写完了以后，他们就说这些都不能接受。那反而对我们没有提供的有一份文件，因为就是 mistakenly 我们的秘书忘了交了，反而说你为什么不提供那个文件？我们就觉得他们这个做法非常有 bias， 对我们没提供的就要求，对我们提供的就不承认，不考虑。
I think the hearing officer is selective in the evidence that we submitted. We submitted a few evidence and the hearing officer didn't accept it. But when he or she asked for an evidence that we forgot to submit because the secretary forgot it, and they said that we didn't submit that evidence, I think they're trying to select the evidence that they want. Jason.
Ok. Yo creo que el oficial de la audiencia está seleccionando las pruebas que quiere. Presentamos pruebas y la audiencia, al oficial de audiencia no aceptó las pruebas. Y esa persona pidió más pruebas debido al hecho que olvidamos presentar las pruebas o porque la secretaria olvidó a presentar las pruebas, pero la oficial de audiencia dijo que no presentemos las pruebas cuando no tenemos la oportunidad de presentarlo. Y yo creo que la audiencia, la oficial de audiencia, solo está aceptando las pruebas que quiere aceptar. Ivy.
Mr. Chen.
还有关当时房子漏水的情况，他在原来的 petition 说从来没有人进去看，实际上我当时是跟这个 tenant 进去看的，他还带我到楼上，这个 tenant 他本身是一个 contractor， 他后来我发现他有一个网站，还 list 这个房子作为他公司的地址，还有他的电话作为他公司的联系电话。他说他在好几个城市都有 project， 就是帮人家建筑修理房子。那他当时有在楼上做了 patch， 所以我当时就以为他弄好了，因为后来他也就没有再联系我了。那我是有跟楼上的租客讲，我说你不能在上面浇水了， 所以
Okay. Can I translate now?
Sure.
So about the water leak, in the original appeal, the tenant said there's no one showed up to check the water leak, but actually, I showed up and the tenant took me to take a look. And the tenant is a contractor. He actually listed the complex address as the address of their business. And he did something like a patch to the water leaks. So I thought it's been fixed. And he never contacted me after that. And I also told the tenants upstairs not to do any watering. Jason.
Con respecto de la fuga de agua, que era parte de la apelación original, el alcalino dijo que nadie nunca revisó la fuga de agua, pero yo llegué y el alcalino me mostró la fuga y el alcalino hasta un contractor o contractante y también esa persona listó la dirección del complejo como su dirección para su negocio y esta persona arregló el problema con que corresponde de la fuga del agua. Entonces yo pensaba que el problema era arreglado. Y de hecho, durante ese tiempo, yo pidí al alcalino de arriba de su unidad, del otro piso arriba, yo pedí a esa persona, a ese alcalino que vive allá, no a usar el agua, por si acaso que todavía había un problema con una fuga de agua. Mr. Chen.
我现在基本讲完了，我们还有另外一个同伴，建罗，能不能你来接着讲？
I'm done with my part, but I have a partner, and he will start now.
Yo terminé con mi parte de la presentación, pero yo tengo una pareja y él quiere decir algo en ese momento. Mr. Chen, or your partner.
罗建能不能讲？
大家好，我叫罗健，我是这个 Mountain View 中国基督教会长执会的主席。
Hi, my name's Luo Jian. I'm the director of the Mountain View Christian Church.
Hola, me llamo Lao Jin y yo soy el director de la Iglesia Cristiana de la ciudad de Mountain View. Mr. Chen.
我就觉得这个当这个 city 在算这个这个 lawful rent 的时候，就好像没有考虑到这个这个 AGI 就是可以允许的这个可以允许的这个合法的这个租金上涨。所以 for example 这个2017年的这个租金是1700块，那么加上这个 AGI 的话，那2017年的这个 lawful 的就是那个合法的租金就不应该是1700应该是1700加上这个上涨的。
I feel that when city considered a lawful rent, they did not consider the AGI part. For example, in 2017, the monthly rent is $1,700, and the lawful rent should be $1,700 plus the AGI part.
Ok, cuando la ciudad de Mountain View estaba hablando sobre la renta ilegal. No ha considerado el parte que corresponde del AGA o AGA. Por ejemplo, en 2017 la renta era $1,700, pero no, eso no incluye el parte de el AGA. Entonces, que yo opino es que la renta legal debería ser, o debería haber sido 1,700 más el AGA. Mr. Jin.
我就补
我先是
充这一点，我就这一点，没有别的了。
Okay, that's my concern. Nothing else.
Eso es la única cosa que yo quería decir. Era solo mi preocupación, era esta parte.
Thank you for everyone's comments. And next, we will move to hearing from the tenant for 10 minutes.
Gracias por los comentarios de todo y ahora vamos a escuchar la presentación del alquilino. Ivy, Ivy, did you want to interpret that?
谢谢上述人的陈述。下面我们将由租客来发表陈述。
Ok, estamos listo para usted, alquilino.
Ok, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lina Zampayo. Llevo viviendo en esta propiedad desde el 2007, o sea, 17 años. Primero que todo, voy a hablar acerca de lo que acaba de decir el señor Robert.
Okay, hello, my name is Lina San Paulo, and I have lived in my unit since 2006, or about 17 years. And the first thing I'd like to respond to is what Mr. Chen said.
Ok,
我的名字叫做 Lina Sampaio， 我是住在这个公寓从2006年开始，已经有17年了。我首先要反馈一下陈先生刚才讲的。
Okay, go ahead, Lina. Yeah.
Ok, durante todos estos años que hemos vivido aquí, nosotros hemos arreglado de cuenta de nosotros este apartamento, se ha mantenido muy bien, es un apartamento que se mantiene muy bien. Nunca les hemos exigido porque es donde nosotros habitamos. No hemos tenido ningún problema por esa parte. Con ninguno de los dueños, han sido 3 diferentes dueños, con ninguno hemos tenido ningún problema.
Well, we've lived here for a long time and we take pride in our apartment and we take care of it, and we've always fixed any of the small problems that we had, and we always maintain the upkeep and make it look nice. And we never had any problems with the previous landlords.
我们已经在这里住了很长的时间，我们也对此感到很骄傲。我们都一直很好的管理我们住的这个地方，然后也保持一个良好的一个状况，然后让它看起来挺好。我们与之前的业主都没有任何的问题。
Cuando la iglesia compró esta propiedad en el 2022, creo que fue, un día aparecieron el señor Robert con otras personas de la iglesia y sí me preguntaron cuál era mi estatus para ellos saber si yo podía mudarme o comprar en otra área que no fuera tan cara como esta. Eso fue lo primero que él dijo. Sí me sentí, no tenía por qué preguntarme mi estatus migratorio y él sí lo hizo.
Okay, when the church first purchased the apartment complex, I believe it was in 2022, one day Mr. Robert came to my apartment and asked what my immigration status was. And then he asked me if maybe I knew of a place where we could purchase things for cheaper or get that kind of thing, maybe a deal on certain goods or services. And I don't know why he wanted to ask me what my immigration status was.
OK，当教会在2022年购买了这个物业的时候，那Robert 他有来到来见我们，然后来询问我们的移民状况，然后他们有问到是不是我们可以购买一些其他的地方，就是也不错的地方，我不理解他当时为什么要问我们的移民状况。
Ok, realmente mi estatus migratorio no es importante, es irrelevante. Aún yo soy ciudadana americana. Lo importante es lo que ha pasado. Yo sé que ellos necesitan la iglesia quiere la propiedad, pero como les dije anteriormente, yo llevo 17 años viviendo aquí. Ellos están ofreciéndole a las 4 unidades para que nos mudemos. Pienso que esto ha sido por lo que ellos no le han prestado atención al problema del moho que hay en la habitación de mi hija, que es una menor de edad, de 12 años.
I'm not sure why he asked me what my immigration status is. It shouldn't make any kind of a difference. I've lived there for 17 years, and it seems as soon as the church bought the property, we started having problems. For example, they didn't really pay any attention when we told them that there was mildew or mold growing in my daughter's room. She's only 12 years old.
我不确定他们为什么要问我们的移民状况。我不认为这个应该做出任何的，就是不同。我们已经在这里住了17年，然后，但是当教会购买了这个物业以后，然后就出现各种问题，比如说，房间里边的霉菌开始有出现。然后在我的女儿她的房间，她只有几岁。
Al poco tiempo de que ellos compraron la propiedad, dejaron de hacerle mantenimiento. El señor Robert dice que él ha hecho compras para acá. En mi apartamento él no ha hecho ningún arreglo, él lo ha hecho para las otras unidades. A esta unidad él no ha hecho nada. Tan es así que de la ciudad mandaron un inspector el año pasado, en junio, para que mirara los daños. Aún estamos en el 2024, ha pasado un año y unos meses y todavía él no ha arreglado. Nunca ha venido de nuevo, mandó a alguien a que mirara, pero no han hecho ningún arreglo. La humedad continúa, el olor a moho todavía continúa también.
Okay. Shortly after the church bought the property, Mr. Roberts said that he had made some purchases, saying that he was going to fix some of the problems in our apartment. And in fact, they did go around and fix some of the maintenance issues in some of the other units in the complex, but they never fixed any of the problems that we were having in our apartment. And they even sent an inspector, after we complained, they sent an inspector over in June and to look at the damages. And now it's 2024. a year and a few months have passed by since that inspector came, and they haven't done any repairs or anything, and there's still a lot of humidity in the apartment, and there is still mold.
OK，在教会购买这个物业不久之后，那 Robert 他想说，他有购买一些材料，然后呢进行了一些维护，然后修好了一些问题。但事实上，他们确实有做了一些维修，但是只是在这个物业的其他的单元，他们从来都没有来修复我们这个单元出现的问题。甚至在检察人员在去年6月份做出检查，然后就是对我们房间的损害做出检查之后，到现在已经2024年，已经有快1年过去了，但是他们从来都没有对我们这个单元做出任何的修复。
Entonces ellos dicen que este apartamento no está en buenas condiciones porque ellos no han arreglado nada. Hasta el momento no han hecho nada. Ya pasó todo este tiempo. Entonces aquí yo no lo he visto, no ha venido. Y otra cosa, este es un apartamento de 2 cuartos. Solamente estamos habitando un cuarto. ¿Por qué? Porque mi hija no puede respirar. El olor a moho es muy fuerte. Los muebles que tengo en esa habitación, el closet ya está lleno de moho también.
They say that in the apartment that they've come to fix things, but they haven't done anything. They've never even come to take a look to see what the problems are. This apartment is only a 2-bedroom apartment, but we can only use 1 bedroom because in my daughter's old bedroom, the odor of mold is so strong that you can't even go in there. Plus, in a lot of the other areas of the apartment, there's mold. For example, in the closet, there's mold. Okay, Eileen.
OK，他们从来都没有来，就是我们单元来修复这些问题，他们甚至都没有来看过我们房间的问题。我们居住的这个公寓只是一个2居室的公寓，但是我们现在只能用1个卧室，因为我的女儿她住的卧室有很强烈的异味，甚至这个公寓的其他地方也有出现霉菌，比如说是在衣橱里。OK。
Con respecto al arreglo que hizo mi esposo, fue algo momentáneo, entonces ya yo aquí termino. Él les va a hablar acerca de cuál fue el arreglo que él hizo y le explicó a Robert.
As far as any of the work that my husband did, any of the repairs that he made, he explained that to Robert.
至于我丈夫他所做的一些修复工作，那他已经有跟 Robert 解释过。
Okay, mi nombre es Héctor. I would like to speak in English. I don't want the translation because I would like to go directly what happened. I talked with Mr. Robert. I explained him. Yes, that I use some special like a tarp, and then was true. I told him I fixed, but was momentaneously, wasn't forever. And then after that, I traveled to Colombia, and then the problem continued because it was something like you fix. It's true. I in general contractor. I fixed it and then stopped the leaking, but it wasn't forever because this is something that you need to take care lately how to do, but they didn't anything. And okay, that was that. About the maintenance. They start, maintenance when they bought the property. like 2 months or something like that, 3, I don't remember exactly. After that, they stopped. Maintenance, the landscaping, something like that. He said about the backyard where I have some tools or something like that. But there is no any lawn, anything maintenance over there because there is some tree. There is a lot of something. We take care about that, but they stop totally.
And we need to pause and allow for translation.
Sorry? Yeah.
We need to pause to allow for translation into Mandarin.
Oh, sorry.
我有跟 Robert 有讲过，我有做的一些维护，但是我不能够一直做所有的这些，我不能够说在问题发生以后能够马上修复。比如说我有到哥伦比亚，就是我有旅行到哥伦比亚，那之后出现的一些问题，比如说漏水的问题，那他们没有来做及时的维护。那他有提到的就是，就是我的一些东西，比如是在后院，但是那边也没有一些树啊，就是 I'm not sure, what else. I think I missed some part that was too long. Could you explain what did you say after the backyard part? Could you repeat that part? No trees or?
Yes, he said they don't take care because I have some tools, some truck over there, but this complex has front yard and backyard. Front yard has some kind of lawn, but they didn't take care anymore. They was like, I don't remember, maybe 3 months or something like that. It's true. They, I think twice a month or I don't know, 3 times a month, I don't remember, but it was true. They take care about that. Later, they stop. And then where I have my tools, there is no longer anything. It was taken care because always I was taking care about that because I have some of my stuff over there.
那这个物业呢，它有前院和后院。那前院呢，的草坪呢，他们，之前有做这个除草，但是最近都没有在做。他们停止了就是前院的这个草坪的修剪和维护。那我是有些工具，但是我没有这个除草的机器去做。那不然的话，我也可能会去来做这一部分。Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, and then everybody knows that we move from here, and then they stop any maintenance because this looks like a abandoned property. Because this is the idea, they keep everything will be damaging, and later they say no, you won't be able to live right here. It's unlivable.
大家都知道，他们想让我们搬走，这就是为什么当房屋出现破损、损坏的时候，他们没有去维护和修复，因为他们想让我们搬走。
Yes, and then I cleaning, of course, I cleaning around because I need to take care about my stuff. Yeah.
我有清洗这个附近，因为我需要保管好我的东西。
Yo pienso que ellos no han seguido haciendo nada por el apartamento ni por el cuarto de nosotros, porque como ellos le han ofrecido dinero a las demás unidades para que se muden y hay una persona que aceptó, esta es la razón por lo que ellos no han hecho nada por nosotros, ni por el edificio, ni por limpiar. Después pueden pasar, mandar a alguien y mirar cómo está el jardín de al frente. No tiene ningún mantenimiento.
I believe that the main reason that they're not taking care of the complex and not taking care of the apartments is because they're trying to get people to move out. In fact, they offered somebody else, one of the other tenants, money for them to move out, and they accepted. So in their train of thought. They're thinking, well, this is going to work if we just make the place unlivable and undesirable, then people will want to move out and we can pay them to move out. If you go by the place and look at the garden or the landscaping, it looks terrible. Like, who would want to live there?
我相信他们不做这些维护的主要原因是因为，他们想让这个我们都搬出去这个公寓，他们事实上有向其他的租客呢提供，金钱来让他们搬出去，然后其他的租客他们已经有接收，那他们可能认为说，如果他们不做维护保养，那让这个地方看起来就是没有人想住在这里，那最终这些租客就会搬走。
Nosotros hemos sido muy pacientes con los de la iglesia acerca de que nos arreglen. Seguimos esperando y esperando que ellos manden a alguien, porque no es saludable para ningún menor de edad ni para ninguna persona el respirar humedad. Seguimos aquí porque el arriendo nosotros no tenemos, a nosotros el arriendo sí es favorable. Esa es la razón más importante y por eso no nos hemos mudado.
¿Cuál era la razón que no quería mudarse?
O sea, seguimos aquí porque la renta para nosotros, como hemos vivido tantos años aquí, la renta de nosotros es una renta razonable, de acuerdo a la renta que está alrededor de nosotros.
Gracias. We've been waiting for the church to come and make repairs to our apartment. We've been waiting and waiting, and nothing ever happens. And it's unacceptable. In fact, it's completely unlivable and unhealthy for people to be breathing in mold. And the only reason that we want to stay here is because it's one of the only places in Mountain View that we can afford. Because we've lived here for so many years and it's under rent control, it's one of the places that we can afford, and we can't afford to move out.
我们有一直在等教会来过来，就是修复我们的公寓。我们等了很长时间，但是他们却从来没有来做修复，这是没有办法接受的。而且现在的房间的情况也是很不健康的，房间的霉菌都是很不健康的，那我们不愿意搬走的原因，就是因为这是我们在深圳城唯一能够负担的公寓。那因为是有 CSFRA 这个租金的控制，并且我们也在这里有居住了很多年，所以我们也不想搬出，而且我们也没有办法负担其他地方的租金。
Y acerca del ajuste de la renta, es algo que fue dinero que nosotros pagamos de más. No estoy pidiendo algo diferente a que se me devuelva mi dinero, no me lo están regalando, es algo que se pagó extra y que las personas anteriores o ellos, no sé cuál la responsabilidad, quién tendría que pagármelos, pienso que son ellos porque son los nuevos compradores. Es algo que nosotros fuimos pagando y nunca nos dijeron nada. Ya, eso es todo. Muchísimas gracias.
As far as the adjustment to the rent, I'm not asking for any favors or anybody to gift me anything. I'm not asking for anything that's unreasonable. We've been paying our rent, and we've been good tenants, and we pay and pay and pay, and we've never really asked for anything until now. And the only reason is because the conditions are unreasonable. And that's really all I have to say.
至于就是租金的调整部分，我们并不是要求你们就是来帮助我们帮忙，我们也不是说要求一个不合理的一个原因。我们一直都在按时的支付租金，然后我们也一直都是一个好的租客，我们从来没有要求过其他的任何事情。那我们现在所要求的，只是因为现在房间的状况已经，就是很不适合，就是居住很不好。然后我们所做的这些要求也并不是不合理的，我们的要求都是合理的，这就是我们想说的。
Thank you to the tenant for your comments. So next will be rebuttal, and the appellant landlord will have 5 minutes to rebut any statements made by the respondent, by the tenant. Please limit your comments to rebuttal rather than repeating information already presented.
Gracias para el inquilino para su presentación. Ahora es el tiempo para la refutación. Entonces vamos a dar el propietario 5 minutos para su refutación. Por favor, y después el inquilino puede hacer sus 5 minutos para hacer su refutación. Por favor, durante ese tiempo de la refutación, no es el tiempo para repetir las cosas que ya ha dicho, es solo para refutar que ha dicho la persona anteriormente en su presentación. Por favor, gracias.
接下来是由双方的辩论反驳部分，那双方各自会有5分钟的时间。那So excuse me, who goes first? The tenant or repellent?
Me, I can go first.
The property owner goes first.
OK，是由业主来首先进行反驳。
好，那我先开始。首先，第一个有关这个租客说我问他们的移民的身份，这是完全不可能的，完全错误的。我觉得他这是一个 accusation， 这是一种控告。本身我就是一个移民，那另外一个我作为房地产的经纪，我们有专业的标准，都是不能用移民身份来乱对待人。那我们教会也有教导，也是要对人平等，也不能针对别人的移民身份来对。所以这一点我非常气愤，请把我这气愤表达出来。
Okay. First of all, regarding the tenant saying that the immigrant status, that is impossible. I am also an immigrant and also a real estate agent. As our standard, it is not allowed to ask for tenants' immigrant status. And also as a church member, we were taught in our church that treat everybody equal. I feel very offended for this tenant's accusation, and I feel that he asked me to express his angry regarding this accusation.
En primer lugar, el alquilino dijo que yo pregunté sobre su estado inmigratorio. Eso sería imposible. Yo soy un inmigrante también. Y también yo soy un comprador y vendedor de propiedades. Y dentro de mi tipo de trabajo no es permitido preguntar a nadie su estado inmigratorio. Además, yo soy miembro de la iglesia y dentro de mi iglesia es nuestra práctica para tratar todos iguales, todas las personas iguales. Y quiero expresar mi sentimiento que siento ofendido de esa acusación del inquilino. Y de hecho estoy un poco enojado que me acusaron de esto. Mr. Chen.
第二点，我觉得这个租客说了很多话是过分，甚至我认为是说谎。他说我从来没有给他们这个 unit 做什么修补，实际上有一次他们这个 unit 跟楼上的下水道堵了，晚上10点多钟，我紧急联系了人来处理这个问题。然后他说我从来没进去这个房子。You can go ahead.
Yeah. Secondly, the tenant said he told too much lies. He said I never did any repairs to his unit, but actually, there was once the plumber has a clog in his room at 10 p.m. at night. He also said I never went to his unit. So, Mr. 陈先生，您刚才说晚上10点钟，然后您就
叫通下水道的人来。
Okay, so regarding that cloggage in his room at 10 p.m., I actually called for the plumber to come over. 您
还有
Jason.
Okay. En segundo lugar, el inquilino dijo que él está diciendo mentiras. Está diciendo que nunca hizo ninguna reparación de la unidad. Eso no es la verdad. En una ocasión había un problema con la tina y había una obstrucción. Y a las 10, me llamaron a las 10 de la noche y yo llamé un profesional para ir para la unidad para arreglar la situación. Entonces, sí, yo ayudé con algunas arreglos de la unidad. ¿Qué, Mr. Chen?
后来他先生也说了，我有跟他交通，实际上他先生有带我进到房子里面去看当时的 water， 从楼上滴下来的，就是有一些 stain。那所以他先生现在又说我没有进到这房子，实际上他们这个说法就是很矛盾的。
Okay. Regarding the water leakage, her husband showed me the water leakage and actually went to his room. So she lied about that. I never showed up in their unit.
I'm sorry, the interpreter needs clarification. Eileen, are you saying that the landlord went to see the water leak and the tenant didn't show them, they just went into their room, or the landlord went into the room?
The husband, he said her husband showed the landlord the water leakage. So the landlord actually did go to the unit to check the water leakage.
Okay. Okay. Entonces, el inquilino dijo que el propietario nunca llegó a la unidad para ver los problemas del departamento, pero no es la verdad porque el esposo me invitó una vez para mostrarme el flujo del agua y yo fui por allá, el departamento, para ver el problema con el flujo de agua. Okay, Mr. Chen.
Okay. Also, in the first petition hearing, the tenants make a false statement saying that we are going to sell the complex, the fourplex. just basically after 1 year, we bought it. That's basically not possible because we bought this fourplex to house our church staff. So we are not going to sell it. And they say that someone came to the fourplex, want to sell the fourplex. So I think they just make a lot of statements that is not correct. Sorry. Yeah, I was too excited. I saw.
It's okay. Ok, creo que los inquilinos está diciendo declaraciones falsas, diciendo que queremos vender la propiedad, pero eso no es la verdad, porque compramos ese complejo de las unidades porque queremos que algunas de las personas de nuestra iglesia vivan allá también. Entonces, y no vamos a vender las unidades o porque eso no había un precio justo. Okay, go ahead.
好，那还有一点就是，我们其实也给他们提供了 lease buyout，不仅仅是对别的 unit， 只是别的 unit 有人接受了，那他们就不愿意接受，我还给这个 lease buyout 把价钱提高了2次，他们都一点回应都没有，所以，但是当我们第一次给他们 lease buyout 的时候，他就开始这个送 petition， 所以我觉得他这个是有针对性的，他这个 petition。
Okay, and one more point. We offered lease buyout not only to other units, but also to them. We actually offered increase the lease buyout 2 times. But ever since the first offer, they started to file a petition. So we believe that this petition is specifically for this lease buyout offer. Jason?
Entonces, la verdad es que ofrecemos a comprar los contratos de arrendatario de varias unidades, no solo de ellos. Ofrecemos a comprar el contrato de arrendario de ellos 2 veces. Pero después que ofrecemos a comprar el contrato de la unidad de ellos, el contrato de arrendatorio, después de la primera oferta que ofrecimos a ellos empezó con a presentar las solicitudes o las peticiones. Entonces, yo creo que era solo por esa razón que ofrecimos a comprar el contrato de arrendatorio. Solo por eso es porque ellos empezó a hacer las peticiones en contra de nosotros. Mr. Chen.
OK， 最后一点就是有关这个修理的问题。实际上，我们也跟租客讲了，这个问题是从楼上阳台还有楼上的房间引起的。因为之前的房主卖给我们的时候，他就说他做过修理，修好了。所以，但是因为以前的楼上租客没有搬走，我们也很难动。那楼上现在有一个租客搬走了，但是阳台还是有另外一个租客要用，所以实际上很有可能是要等这些租客走了以后，我们才能把楼上的阳台打开，才能找出这个真正漏水的原因。那所以现在暂时我们的当时的判断是以为已经没事了，因为他上次给我进去房间看了以后，他做了 patch 以后，后来他再也没联系我们，只等到 petition 的时候，我们才知道这个有漏水比较严重的情况。
Okay, so the last one regarding the maintenance and the repairs, we told the tenant that the upstairs, because the water leakage was caused by the upstairs, so we already told the upstairs tenant, and the previous owner said they already fixed that problem. But we need wait for the tenant to move out to fix that problem. But right now, the balcony is still being used by other tenants. So, and also after they showed us that they did a patch to the room. So we thought the problem already be taken care of and there is no problem. So in order to fix the rest part, we have to wait for the tenant to move out to vacate the room in order to do the repair. Jason?
Bueno, con respecto del mantenimiento de las reparaciones, yo dije, yo expliqué al alquilino con respecto del flujo de agua, que eso es un problema de, el fuente de ese problema era porque debido el problema viene del departamento que está arriba, en el piso arriba de los alcalinos. Y yo dijo al alcalino que el propietario antiguo o el propietario que era el dueño anteriormente, antes que nosotros, que eso era un problema previo para el departamento que está arriba. Entonces, el problema era que, y dijimos eso al alcalino, que el problema era que no podemos arreglar el problema de arriba, en el departamento arriba, donde está el fuente de la fuga de agua. No podemos arreglar eso antes que la persona arriba salir del departamento. Pero esa persona todavía está usando el balcón arriba. Entonces, y también, además, cuando vimos que el alquilino hizo su propio arreglo de la fuga de agua, y pensamos que ese problema fue arreglado. Entonces, también quiero repetir que no podemos arreglar el problema que corresponde con la fuga de agua antes que el arrendatario o el alquilino arriba se mueve. Okay, Mr. Chen.
OK， 最后一点，如果实际上，因为他这个租客是一个 contractor， 他如果真的觉得 mold 有问题，或者是那个他能够处理，实际上他可以给我们一个 estimate， 我们是可以考虑的，甚至我们还会直接让他做，但是他都没有跟我们提，呀。
Okay. Actually, the tenant himself, he is a contractor. So regarding that mode part, if he can do that, he can actually give us an estimate. We would offer him to do that, but he did not give us an estimate and offer to fix that. Jason?
De hecho, debido al hecho que uno de los alcalinos en contratista, decidimos pedirle arreglar la fuga de sí mismo y si puede darnos una averiguación, podría pagar para su trabajo para arreglar la fuga, pero él nunca nos dio una averiguación para el trabajo. Okay. Mr. Chen.
OK, I'm done. Yeah.
OK， 好吧，我就讲一点。看看 go ahead.
There's only 13 seconds of English speaking time left.
Just one sentence. 就是我们教会知道这个漏水的情况以后，其实我们也不是什么都没做，其实我们有跟那个 contractor 联系，因为我们现在还在就是说考虑应该怎么做，而不是什么东西都没做。 可能就像刚才说的，我们可能需要把所有的 unit 都腾空以后才能做。
Okay. So regarding the water leakage, our church, we did something. Unlike the tenant said we did not do anything, but we actually did something. We were actually in contact with the contractor, but in order to do that, we have to vacate all the tenants. But we are in the process. Thank you.
Con respecto de la fuga de agua, los aquilinos dijo que nunca hicimos nada, pero no es la verdad. Hicimos algo. Estábamos hablando con un contratista sobre el trabajo, pero antes que podríamos arreglar la situación, la fuga de agua, tenemos que esperar hasta que todas las unidades son vacíos.
Thank you for your comments. We will now move to rebuttal from the tenant. So the tenant will have 5 minutes to rebut any statements made by the landlord, by the appellant. Please limit your comments to rebuttal rather than repeating information already presented.
Gracias. Ahora vamos a escuchar del alcalino. Y el alcalino tiene 5 minutos para hacer su refutación. Entonces, por favor, límite su presentación de refutación a información solo para refutar que dijo el propietario y no introduzca nueva información. Solo ese tiempo es para la refutación que recién dijo el propietario.
Okay, about...
No, wait for espera para la interpretación de chino, por favor.
所以呢，我们现在是租户的反驳时间，那么大概是5分钟。请记住，就是在反驳的时候，不要重复已经之前提过的信息，而是针对问题进行反驳。谢谢。
Ready?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, about when he said we didn't take care, it's true. Like he said, sometime the toilet was plugged. It was a lot of water in the house. We forgot. Even it's gonna be worse for him. You know why? Because we called them. If they came next day, and then the whole night we were trying to sweep, to clean, and to wipe the whole floor. If they didn't repair the floor, even we forgot to say that. It was true. The only time that they take care because the toilet was plugged, and then they serve somebody next day, and then the whole night we was cleaning. We forgot to say that, and then again it's gonna be worse for him because we forgot that. But they didn't change the floor. If the floor was, the inspector come here, he told them that the floor was totally wet. It will mold. Okay, this is the one thing about he said.
Can I interpret now? 所以他租户说，就是之前业主说有来维护，这不是真的，就是比如说是那个厕所堵塞的问题，我们给他打电话，那个水漏得很厉害，然后呢，他们告诉我们是第2天才来修，那么整个晚上我们都在擦地上的水，非常的多那个水，然后当检察官来看的时候呢，整个地上都是湿的，然后都快长出霉菌了，所以他们并没有马上来替我们修，而是说第2天才过来。OK。
Okay. About when he said I showed him what I did for this when my daughter bedroom. Yes. What happened? They say, okay, we cannot do anything because the tenant after they are living there. But the before owner, they fixed that situation. Even when the tenant was there because there was outside when the balcony, with the balcony. And now these people from the upstairs, they move. And then there is a way to fix that situation.
那么他说，就是关于我女儿房间漏水的问题，他们说是因为楼上的租户没有搬走，所以不能修。但是实际上他们在 COVID 之前他们是修过的，然后现在楼上的租户也搬走了，就是那个阳台那个部分，他们是可以修的。
Okay. Okay. This is very simple to understand. We can stay here a century, arguing and arguing. What is the real thing? That they want us to move out from here. And then this is the reason that they don't care. They don't care because there is a lot of things that they don't care what the cars are or something like that. They say, no, because you need to move, you need to do something. We can spend the whole life trying, you say. This is the real. They want to take us, from here. And then this is the truth.
那么他们想做的就是，最真实的事情呢，就是他们想让我们搬走，他们不关心我们的这个事情，他们就是说，想让我们，搬离。Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, one thing else about the day he said, my wife or I say they want to sell. It was the interpreter. The last time or something, he said something that wasn't real. That we don't say they want to sell. I know that you want this property for the church, but and then in that occasion, the interpretation wasn't right, and then he brings that situation now, and it wasn't true. We don't care if they want to sell or something.
Can you explain more about the interpretation part? Because I'm not sure I hear you clearly.
The interpretation was wrong sometime when Mr. Robert said that we said that we tried to show that they want to sell, and then we didn't say that. It was the interpretation at that time, not today. And then he brings that situation to say that we say that. We didn't say that.
他们说我们说他们要卖房子，但是我们其实没有说，是在那个翻译上面，有一个这么一个问题，但是实际上我们并没有说他们要 sell 房子，要卖房子。
About the fixing, that's wrong. This is something that they can do in 3 days. They say they told me about that I contracted some estimate. I was busy. I told you I was busy. I had my work, something to do. They don't ask me seriously about that situation.
至于说他们要，就是说我可以跟他们提出来，就是要修这个霉菌的问题，那么我非常的忙，我也没有时间去做那个事情。Okay.
Yeah, and then what they need to do is something that doesn't take so long because it's only painting and change the floor. There's some company that I cannot do that because I have my works and then I'm busy in different things.
因为我有我的公司，然后我要做很多事情，我要做不同的事情，所以我非常忙的，我是没有时间做那些事情。他们说的。
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
谢谢你。You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments. So in our process, we will now move to Rental Housing Committee questions for staff. Do we have questions? I am switching to Granicus so I can see the queue. Committee Member Ma.
Thank you, Chair. To staff, just to put it on the record, so we seem to have heard accusations of a semi-constructive eviction. For the purposes of today's meeting, that is considered out of scope. Is that correct?
Can I get clarification on what's happening with interpretation? We seem to have people back in.
I was gonna do.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea if we can have people back in the interpretation room for staff questions, and then we'll bring them back out when there's questions for the parties. If we can have instruction from interpreters to have the parties back in the interpretation rooms?
They might have to be pulled out of the interpretation rooms to do that.
Espera, okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and start. So you want me to explain what's happening now? We're going to put everybody back into interpretation rooms
Yes.
for simultaneous,
Correct.
and then we're going to bring them back out when we have questions directly towards them.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. En ese momento vamos a seguir con la parte de esa presentación en interpretación simultánea. Entonces vamos a regresar a los cuartos individuales para interpretación simultánea. Y cuando tenemos preguntas del personal o de los miembros del comité directamente para ustedes, vamos a regresar a ese cuarto general para todos los miembros para que ellos puedan hacer preguntas a ustedes directamente. Pero para ahora solo va a escuchar todo lo que está pasando ida y vuelta en el cuarto de interpretación simultánea.
那么现在我们将由这个逐句翻译的模式转成实时翻译，就是我们会在翻译的渠道，就像你们刚才那样子，可以选择听中文，听实时的翻译。那么接下来的流程就是由这个租赁房屋委员会问工作人员问题，那么我会在您可以选择就是聆听中文，在一会儿有地球仪的那个图标的时候，我会实时翻译他们的对话。
So to staff, we had a question from Committee Member Ma.
Do you want me to repeat it, or did you have enough that you can answer?
I think if you can repeat it quickly so that the
Yes,
interpreters
please.
can translate.
Okay, sure. So it seems we have in our testimony some accusations of a constructive eviction. For the purposes of tonight, those are considered as out of scope. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is not part of the hearing record.
Okay, so we're just limited to what was in the tentative appeal decision.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have other questions for staff? Committee Member Cox.
Yes, I just had a few questions about, where I wanted to get some clarification what I thought I heard. Is it best for me to just ask the landlord and tenant those questions, or should I ask staff those questions?
Well, without knowing what the questions are, it's hard for us to know. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, then I'm going to just take it that I should ask the landlord and the tenant.
I'm not seeing other questions to staff at this time, so I think we will move on to questions to the tenant or landlord. Committee Member Cox.
Okay, Senor Cox.
Are you taking them for both now, or just for the landlord right now? Or who?
You can do for both.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think you can do
for
either
both, okay.
at this moment.
So yeah, I guess the main thing I want to get some clarification on is that it seemed to me there was some back and forth about, whether or not the tenant himself would actually make the repairs to the bedroom. And what I thought I heard is that the landlord offered to hire the tenant to do the work, but he did not secure any agreement with the tenant that he would do the work. And the tenant had said that he wasn't going to do the work because he was busy with other jobs and he wasn't going to take that on. So I'm just asking, is my understanding correct?
Do you want to have Jason translate that and then Eileen?
Okay. Solo quería clarificación, porque me parece que había algún ida y vuelta con respecto de si el alcalino va a hacer reparaciones en la recámara. Entonces, si yo entiendo bien, el propietario ofreció a contratar al alcalino para arreglar los problemas de la fuga o de los problemas de la recámara de la hija. Pero el alquilino dijo que no quería aceptar ese trabajo porque tenía otros trabajos y estaba ocupado. Tengo entendido eso correctamente. Okay, Aline.
我是想得到一些澄清，就是说我们在这里来来回回都是有关于租户到底有没有修复他自己的这个单元的漏水的问题。那么我听到的是说业主想要请租户来自己修复，但是没有得到租户的同意。那么因为租户说自己很忙，没有时间去做这个事情。那我想问一下，情况是不是这样子？
Okay, that's true. He asked me, "Can you fix that one?" And then I said, "No, because I'm very busy." And then in that time, I went to my country. Later, he sent somebody, some contractor from there, from there. They say, "Okay, can you fix that?" They never fix it.
He was saying he was asked.
Okay, but
he
he
didn't have
didn't
time.
want to do it.
But we
Okay,
need
fair
to
enough.
translate this to Mandarin.
所以呢，他曾经问过我，但是能不能做这个事情？但是我的回答是不行，因为我非常忙。那么他之后有带一些就是工头过来看，是没有解决这个事情。OK。
I had one more question for staff. If
That's
I'm
fine.
Next in the queue, okay. So this is a point about, what it means to maintain a habitable residence, right? I mean, I heard discussion about the idea that, repairs couldn't be made at a particular time because some tenant had to move out before, it would be possible for the repairs to be made. I mean, it's my understanding that, maintaining a habitable residence, is independent of what other tenants are doing, and that there needs to be either a way to remedy the problem or, like in a reasonable amount of time independent of the actions of the other tenants. Or, there needs to be some agreement made in terms of, remuneration for that not being done. Is my understanding correct, or can you make it more correct?
We need that translated first.
Yeah, I'm going to let them translate.
Yeah. Que yo quiero saber es qué significa para mantener un residencia habitable. Y que yo tengo entendido es que si hay reparaciones que no están hechos, o solo porque otro inquilino tiene que mover o mudarse fuera de otra unidad o otro departamento para que las reparaciones puedan ser hechas. Y yo tengo, mi entendido es que eso no tiene nada que ver con mantener una residencia habitable. Ese debería ser independiente de qué está pasando con otros residentes o otros departamentos en lo mismo complejo. Entonces, yo creo que yo tengo entendido, y corregirme si estoy equivocado, pero que yo entiendo es que debería ser una manera para arreglar los problemas que está pasando en una unidad independiente que está pasando en otra unidad. Y si sería imposible para hacer los arreglamientos o las arreglas dentro de una unidad, debido a la situación en otra unidad, otro departamento, entonces debería ser una forma para hacer reparaciones o las personas involucradas, el alquilino y el propietario, deberán estar debe tener un acuerdo en cómo puede arreglar la situación o cómo puede hacer hacer la diferencia. Eso es que yo tengo entendido.
那么我现在这个问题是对工作人员提的，就是说，我认为这个目前这个情况是说，如何能够维护一个可居住的房屋环境。那么这个之前我听到的理由是说，没有办法维修，是因为有人在上面居住，所以没有办法维修。那么我的理解是说，即使是没有办法马上去维修的话，那么是不是应该在一个合理的时间之内去解决这个问题，或者是大家能达到一个共同的协议，有一个方法，去解决这么一个问题。那么我希望我的这个理解是不是正确的，或者是你们有没有一个更正确的理解呢？OK。
So, to answer that question, it's not clear what the landlord means when they say that the tenants would have to leave the unit in order for the repairs to be made. Based on information in the notice of violation that was sent by the City of Mountain View's code enforcement, that does not indicate that they're red tagging the unit for these issues, which is usually what would happen if the property had reached the point where it could not be occupied by the tenants. Regardless, there may still be, other resolutions that don't involve the tenant having to leave the unit either for a temporary amount of time or for permanent amount of time in order for these repairs to be made. But so far, as far as the facts of this petition go, it's never progressed to that point where that type of information has been provided.
Thanks.
And I think we need to translate that.
Bueno, para contestar a esa pregunta, nunca era muy claro de cuando dijo el propietario, cuando dijo que para hacer los arreglos o reparaciones de una unidad, si era esencial para el inquilino de la otra unidad a mudarse. Y según el Código de Enforcimiento de la Ciudad de Mountain View, eso no era parte de la petición y no dijo que la habitación que necesita las reparaciones, que la fuente de la fuga de agua era en tan desorden que era necesario para el arrendatario de esa unidad a mudarse para que esa unidad sea reparado. Entonces, para evitar la fuga de agua a seguir con la unidad de abajo. Entonces, según mi entendimiento, debería ser un tipo de resolución que puede ser, por ejemplo, si la única forma para esa reparación, para ser posible, era para el aquilino de arriba a mudarse por un poco de momento de tiempo, un plazo o permanente. Ese nunca era parte de la petición porque el problema no llegó a ese punto donde era claro que el alquilino que estaba en el departamento de arriba era necesario para esa persona para mudarse para completar las reparaciones.
And sorry, just to clarify, I'm saying that not that the issue hasn't proceeded to the part, but that the efforts by the landlord to repair have never proceeded to the place where there's solid information about whether or not the tenants would need to move in order for the repairs to be made.
No es decir que el problema no era en ese momento que era tan grave para que tiene que mudarse las personas, pero que era la petición, no era parte de la petición que dice que llegó a ese punto. Okay. no es decir que el problema no era tan grave, es solo decir que la, la, la petición no era ese punto, no incluyó eso.
那么我对这个问题的答案就是不太清楚业主的意思，就是关于说必须要租客搬离才可以修复，我们对这个不是很清晰。因为在我们山景城给的这个条例强制执行的违反通知上面呢，我们也没有看到说他们有把这个单元给它包起来，或者有一个警示是说不可以由租户居住等等的。那么我认为可能有一些其他的方案，解决方案，比如说是短时间的搬离，租户短时间的搬离，或者永久的搬离，然后来修复这个单元，修复这些问题。但是目前的情况呢，我是没有看到有信息能证明业主的努力。就是说业主有努力去证明租户必须搬离才能修复的这个理由，所以我们是没有得到这个信息。OK。
Robert, are you done? Okay. So I would like to ask a question of the landlord. My question is to the landlord, do you agree that there is mold that makes the second bedroom unusable? And do you agree with the city inspector that at the very least, the floors and drywall need to be removed?
那么我有个问题是给业主的。那么首先第一个就是你是不是同意在我们在这个单元的第二个卧房里面有霉菌？第二个就是说，是不是市府的检察员向市府检察员指出的那个地板和那个就是墙板需要更换？你同意吗？
要我回答是吧？
对。
对，有关这个霉菌的话，
Can we have that translated in Spanish?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Eso es una pregunta para el propietario. ¿Usted está de acuerdo que el moho dentro de la segunda recámara es tan malo que esa recámara no está habitable? Y también está de acuerdo con el inspector municipal que las murallas y el piso tienen que ser reemplazado debido a la destrucción causada de la fuga y del moho. Okay.
陈先生，你可以回答了。
有关这个霉菌的话，实际上第一次这个租客叫我去看的时候，我是看到有点上面地的墙边有点 water stain， 就是水迹，但是他因为上面这个 tenant 在上面做了一些 patch， 后来我再也没有听到他给我提什么要求，直到我看到这个 petition， 才说这个墙有比较多的漏水，但是当时也没有提到这个 mold 的问题，所以 mold 问题基本上我实际上是今天才听得比较多呀，以前都没有听说呀。
Okay, about the mold problem, when the tenant first tell me there's this water leakage, I went in the unit and I only saw water stain, and because the tenants put some patches on, I didn't see any mold, only see water stain, and they never mentioned that in the first petition. And it's the first time today that I know there's actually mold problem. Yes, and that's it.
Thank you. Do we have other questions?
That needs
Spanish.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay. Con respecto del moho, cuando el alquilino para la primera vez que el inquilino me dijo algo con respecto de la fuga de agua, yo fui dentro de la unidad y la única cosa que yo vi era una mancha de agua. Y debido al hecho que el alcalino hizo algunas reglas de ese lugar, no vi moho, solo yo vi algunas manchas de agua. Y, y eso con eso del moho nunca fue mencionado en la primera petición. De hecho, eso es hoy día es la primera vez que he escuchado algo sobre el moho.
陈先生，第二个问题你要回答吗？
我记不大清楚，第二个问题能不能再重复一下？
第二个问题就是说，市府的检察员说要更换地板和墙板这个问题，您同意吗？
我们是同意。刚才罗建就是我们教会的那个 director 也讲了，我们还有了，因为 city 他提出要求，必须有 license 的 contractor， 而且要跟 city 申请 permit 才能做很多这些 repair， 所以我们要专门去请有 license 的 contractor。我们有得到2个估价，那当前面讲到的搬出去的不是叫这个 tenant 搬出去，事实上叫楼上的人搬出去，我们才能做，因为水是从楼上流下来的。那楼上的人他上个月底才搬出去，所以我们也就没多长时间，所以我们也只能下一步要安排这个 contractor 还要申请 city 的 permit 呀，所以这个时间本身就是一个不是很容易很快解决的问题。
Okay. So regarding the second question, we agree to replace the floor and the drywall. The thing is that we need to, according to the city requirement, we need to have licensed contractor and the city apply for the city permit to do that. And we already got 2 estimates for the work. And regarding the move out of the tenants, it's not like this tenant that we asked to move out, it's the tenants upstairs. Until they move out, we cannot do anything. And they just moved out, the tenants upstairs, they just moved out last month. So there's not much time till now. And we still need to hire a licensed contractor and get a city permit. So we're already doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Con respecto de la segunda pregunta, estaremos de acuerdo que era necesario para reemplazar el piso y las murallas. Y tenemos toda la intención para hacer eso, pero la verdad es que necesitamos un permiso municipal para hacerlo y también tenemos que contratar un contratista licenciado o con licencia para hacer el trabajo. Y ya hemos recibido 2 averiguaciones, pero no podremos hacer eso hasta que el alcalino de arriba se mueve del departamento. No estamos diciendo que queremos al alcalino, este alcalino que está presente en ese momento aquí con nosotros. No estamos preguntando o pidiendo a esa persona a mudarse. Que necesitamos es la persona de arriba que está ocupando el departamento de arriba a mudarse. Tenemos que esperar hasta ese momento para hacer las reparaciones. Pero esa persona no ha mudado hasta el mes, la última mes. Entonces, no hemos tenido tiempo hasta ahora para hacer los arreglos. Entonces, y todavía antes que podamos hacerlo, tenemos que contratar un contratista licenciado y también a conseguir los permisos municipales de la ciudad de Mountain View. Okay.
I'm not seeing other questions for staff or the participants at this time. Are we ready to move to deliberations?
I think if you're going to move to deliberations, can we put people back in the interpretation rooms?
Yes, can we please have the interpreters explain to the participants to move back into the interpretation rooms?
Ok, no veo ninguna pregunta más para el personal, ni para los participantes, los alcalinos, ni los propietarios. Entonces, vamos a seguir con las deliberaciones. Entonces, ¿qué vamos a hacer en este momento? Es vamos a salir del el cuarto general para todos y vamos a movernos dentro de los cuartos especiales para para interpretación de chino y español. Entonces, cuando mudamos dentro de esos espacios, vamos a seguir con la interpretación simultánea.
那么现在我们对于业主、工作人员和租户也没有其他的问题了。下一步我们会进入讨论时间。那么我们会把业主、租户还有翻译人员都放在翻译的那个频道里面。如果你想听取中文的实时翻译，就是关于他们讨论的实时翻译，您可以一会儿打开这个选取中文这个按钮。好，谢谢。
So it's interesting to me, just going to logistics for a minute. I think we still have the motion, and that was moved by Committee Member Cox and from our prior petition on the screen. We will soon, I think, be looking for a motion, but I think we still have the prior motion from the prior appeal on our screen. So I think we can. No, this is a new one. This is our. No, this is the old one, but the new one, no one has done yet. Yes. No one has moved the second appeal yet.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's a little.
It's lingering.
Yes.
We're on the new item, but the motion from the previous item is still showing in Granicus as active.
I will look into that.
Okay, and meanwhile, we can deliberate.
Yes.
Okay, so I see Committee Member Ma on requesting to speak.
Okay, so since it's deliberation, I'd like to start up by saying that as we see today, this is another tentative appeal. Our options are limited to solely what was appealed. As such, while I thank the landlords and tenants for coming to speak, I did not hear anything that would change my mind on the appeal. So therefore, I will motion to accept the tentative appeal decision in full.
And we have a second from Committee Member Brown. Who else would like to comment? Committee Member Cox.
I want to thank everybody. This has been a very complicated procedure to go through. I've never seen one where we tried to do 3 languages at once. So people's patience is really very, very much appreciated. This has been a difficult case. More difficult than I thought, when I first read the staff report and the hearing officer's decisions and the previous testimony. I think, for me, it comes down to, I was surprised that I didn't hear more about, the predecessor landlord's violations of the CSFRA. And I'm kind of glad that we didn't, but it was a real educational thing for me that, that the predecessor's violations are owned by the guy who buys the property. So I'm glad to not hear a lot of testimony about that, but I'm glad that that was called out accurately with respect to what the CSFRA says. And the main point of contention here seems to be about, the repair of the leaky building. And, the bedroom that wasn't usable, that had mold, who was supposed to do the repairs, whether an upstairs tenant needed to leave before the repairs could be done. And, these are all very interesting issues, but like I had alluded to earlier, I think fundamentally it just comes down to the idea that a landlord owes his tenant a habitable place. And, if he doesn't provide it, it's not in accordance with the rent that he's allowed to charge, and, he owes remuneration for that. So I'm going to back up what Kevin and Alex are saying here, or motioning and seconding, and want to accept the tentative appeal decision in its entirety.
Thank you. Committee Member Balch.
Yeah, thank you. So I have the same conclusion, but somewhat different reason. I actually don't think it's complicated. The hearing officer's decision is really just based on the very specific logistics and regulations of the CSFRA in terms of the original rent rollback calculations and so on. And then there is the testimony from the code enforcement officer of the condition of the residence. Those things seem to me to be very clear, and all the discussion that happened really were issues that were that committee member Ma clarified with staff really were not relevant to the appeal. It is my understanding that landlords have the right to enter a unit for emergency repairs. If there is a plumbing, if a pipe breaks, you can get in there without permission, and then there's a process to go through to deal with that. But the point being is that if there is a critical repair that is needed, landlords typically have the ability to do that, and that may incur tremendous expense in terms of moving people out, which is not pleasant, but that is the law, and so I reached the same conclusion you did.
Okay. I have a few comments. I agree with Committee Member Cox that it's reassuring and, a point we don't normally think about, that a new landlord inherits the problems or the responsibilities of the prior landlord. And I can see the logic in that. I would like to echo that there are aspects of this that are very clear, and that the failure to get certain documents in timely is not influencing this, and that there was no selectivity, that there was, in my view, a very clear to follow logic of applying the CSFRA in this case, in the hearing officer's decision. Another interesting and point that I had not thought about if I ever really noticed it is that when there is a change of ownership, that the banked AGAs do not carry forward. So that's, to some extent, just good for all the parties to be aware of here. I appreciated hearing the tenants' interest in being good tenants, and I appreciated the landlords starting to, take action on this, to talk to contractors and get approvals from the city. So I hope that this will resolve soon. And I appreciated the landlord's comments of being a member of his church. And I think that managing this rental property is a benefit to the community and the tenants. And I hope that that benefit will continue to be provided to the community. So I will also be supporting the hearing officer, the tentative appeal decision. Do we have any further comments? It doesn't look like it. So I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
I have been reminded that we had a prior agreement to take a brief break, so let's do that. But let's try to be back here at 10:30. Thank you.
Also, if you want to remove yourself from the team.
Oh, thank you.
You can go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we are back from our break. So our next item on our Rental Housing Committee agenda is 6.1, Tenant Relocation Assistance Program Annual Overview. Public comment will occur after the presentation item and committee questions. And if you would like to comment, we invite you to submit a speaker card now if you know you would like to speak on this item. We will begin with a presentation from staff.
Thank you, committee. I will be presenting on item 6.1, Tenant Relocation Assistance Program Annual Overview. The purpose of this report is to provide background information and outcomes related to tenant relocation programs and an annual overview of the Tenant Relocation Assistance Program for fiscal year 2022-23 and fiscal year 2023-24 through February of 2024. There are 2 applicable laws related to tenant relocation assistance that the Rent Stabilization Division implements. The first is the city's Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance, which we call the TREO, and that was adopted in 2010 by City Council. It has been amended several times over the years, but most recently in 2022 to expand coverage to mobile homes that are covered under the MHRSO. And it is meant to address displacement due to renovation or redevelopment of older, more naturally affordable rental units. And what it does is define eligibility criteria, so the amount of assistance that tenant households receive, and it gives parameters around the first right of return. The second law is State Senate Bill SB 330, which I will be referring to as SB 330 through the rest of this presentation. And that went into effect in January 2020 and was most recently just amended in January by AB 1218. And we had a little overview by Goldfarb and Lippman about that amendment earlier this year. And what SB 330 does is establish relocation requirements for projects that include demolition of certain types of protected units. And in the definition of protected units under SB 330, it includes units that are covered by a local rent stabilization provision. So in our case, that would be the CSFRA. And it defines eligibility criteria, relocation benefits, and it requires developers to replace and demolish protected units as affordable units in the new development. So that's an important thing to note there. All right, so all residential, I'm still in the background, sorry. The CSFRA and the MHRSO both require relocation assistance be provided to income-eligible households whose tenancies are terminated based on specific just cause reasons. So that includes necessary and substantial repairs in order to bring the unit up to code, if there are owner move-ins, withdrawing the unit from the rental market, or if that unit is demolished. And the Rent Stabilization Division staff implements the tenant relocation program on behalf of the City Council, which is the TREO, and state law, which is SB 330. And the reason that we are implementing the TREO on behalf of the City Council is because the majority of the units that are qualifying for this relocation assistance are going to be those units that are covered by the CSFRA or MHRSO. And similarly, the portion of SB 330 that deals with relocation assistance and protected units is talking about those units protected by the CSFRA. And all of the residential projects that include the demolition or redevelopment of CSFRA or MHRSO units are reviewed by staff and evaluated under both the TRAO and SB 330 requirements. So the current projects we're going to talk about today and future projects, if they are covered under CSFRA, will be subject to both the TRAO and SB 330, at least up until SB 330 set to sunset in 2030. And we'll talk about this a little more, but the stricter of the requirement would apply to that tenant based on what their coverage is. So while there are variations in program requirements, both the TRAO and SB 330 include the following key components. So the first one is eligibility based on the area median income. There's a cash payment option to eligible households. There's additional types of relocation assistance benefits depending on which law we're looking at, and they both have a component for first right of return. Okay, so we'll start looking at the key components and we'll look at income eligibility first. So tenants that are displaced from covered units who qualify as low income or moderate income would be eligible for relocation assistance benefits. And then I do want to note also that the TRAO allows for a $5,000 buffer on top of that moderate income limit. So you'll see there it's looking at 120% plus $5,000 or less would be a household that would be eligible for the TRAO. And then 80% of the AMI or less would be eligible for SB 330. So you can see those numbers in that chart there, and that's adjusted by household size. And then I did also just want to note that if a property is covered by both TRAO and SB 330, we sort of look at it in two tiers. So we have our 120% plus 5,000 to 80%, which would be TRAO only benefits. And then if you're 80% or less, you get sort of a mix of TRAO and SB 330 where the stricter benefit applies, which we'll talk about in the next slide. So this chart is comparing those key benefits that we talked about of TRAO and SB 330. And in this chart here, you'll see where it's shaded gray is going to be the stricter relocation benefit that needs to be adhered to by the developer. And then where both options are shaded, the tenant would receive both. So the first line there is just the income eligibility criteria. The second is the cash payment. So the majority of the time, if a project is covered by both TRAO and SB 330, and the household is income eligible for SB 330 benefits, 80% AMI or less, the majority of the time that rent differential of 42 months is going to be greater than the TRAO. So that's why I shaded that there. There may be a rare instance that TRAO is greater, but I haven't seen that. And then the next row, you'll see the additional type of relocation benefits where the tenant would receive both if they income qualified for both. And special circumstance payments is a requirement under a benefit under the TRAO, so the tenant would receive that as well as a refund of the security deposit. And the first right of return varies depending on which law we're looking at here. So under the TRAO, first right of return means that the tenant has a right to return to the original unit if it's put back onto the rental market. Whereas under SB 330, when we're saying first right of return, it's that the tenant has the first right to occupy a new unit in the new build at an affordable price. Thank you. Right, so next I wanted to touch on the actual tenant relocation process before we start talking about the projects. So this slide here provides a high-level summary of tenant relocation assistance process and how income-eligible tenants access their benefits and how they receive their benefits. And I really wanted to point out that the tenant relocation process actually begins long before the tenant household is required to move or the property is actually demolished. I wanted to point out that staff coordinates with multiple city departments as well as external parties in order to carry out an efficient relocation process and ensure that the tenant households stay informed and that they're able to timely access their benefits. And then finally, here I wanted to point out that redevelopment projects can actually often be pretty complex and they often evolve over time as the project plans change or economic circumstances change, and that they often take many years before the tenant is actually required to move. So I won't go through this whole thing, but I will look at sort of 1 through 4, where the project kicks off, where the developer submits their application, and then the city must contract with the developer and then contract separately with the relocation consultant. We send out a notice of intent, which informs the tenants of their rights and of their benefits. And we try to hold a community meeting on site for those affected tenants. And all of those steps are really front-loaded in the process, and they start right in the beginning, within the first month or so of the developer submitting their application. And then after that, the tenants really have a long time before the project is going into the phase where they might need to vacate their unit or the property is getting demolished. So staff likes to provide periodic project updates through written letters or through community meetings. And I will note that we do provide those in the languages that are necessary for those properties. So any written communication or in-person meeting or Zoom meeting has translation available. And then finally, when we get sort of towards the end of a project, the landlord is required to offer those termination notices to the tenants. And then at the end, if the project is SB 330, the tenants are interested in returning back into a new unit on the property, they need to keep their contact information up to date. So that's sort of just a high-level overview of the whole process of a tenant relocation process. Okay, so next we'll move into the analysis of the tenant relocation projects here. So in the 5 years before SB 330 was adopted, you'll see here on the chart that there was about an average of 5.5 redevelopment projects per year. And these projects were TREO only, so they were not subject to SB 330 because it was not adopted yet. But then you'll see there in 2020 that SB 330 was adopted, and there's a sharp decline in the number of redevelopment projects, which also affects the number of CSFRA covered units that were being demolished. And I want to note here that the affordable housing replacement requirement is contributing to this decline. And we actually heard from a number of developers that it was, in fact, the replacement requirement in SB 330 that possibly could have an impact on their bottom line, especially for some of the smaller projects where they're doing more of a one-for-one replacement. If they're demolishing, say, 4 CSFRA units and only building new 4 units, all 4 of those units would have to be affordable. So that was something that was brought up by some of our developers as a potential consideration in redeveloping. I also want to point out that the implementation of SB 330 coincided with the start of COVID-19. So that all happened there at the beginning of 2020. And we also heard from a lot of developers that construction costs had risen significantly, in part due to supply chain impacts, and then which can continue affecting them to this day. And also, people have mentioned that there are high inflation rates that are affecting their decision to redevelop properties or continue with plans that they may have already had in place. So those factors combined sort of impacted the number of redevelopment projects we have seen since 2020. And now we'll move on to look at current redevelopment projects. So these are open currently, and these are all CSFRA covered properties, and I do just want to note that there are no MHRSO properties in the pipeline for redevelopment, so we're just looking at CSFRA covered properties. And all of the open properties are currently covered by both TRAIL and SB 330, and as we know, they are required to provide that one-for-one affordable replacement. And just so we can see here in the second to last column, the new units proposed, you'll notice that these projects do have a very high number of new units proposed compared to the number of units that they are replacing. So I think that helps for the developers when they're looking at the feasibility of their project. So I wanted to spend a little time going into some detail about the open projects because some of them are a little bit more complicated. I won't spend time talking about 750 Fairmont because that project is really at the beginning stages and they're still working with the planners to figure out the path for that project. But some of these other projects are a little bit more mature, so I wanted to spend some time on them. So we'll start with Gamble Way. So originally, that project started in 2019 and it was only subject to the TRAIL. But then in 2023, the developer submitted a new builder's remedy project application, which is for the same site, but it actually increased the total number of units on the project. And this 2023 project is subject to both TRAIL and SB 330. And as part of this expanded project, the developer offered enhanced benefits to mirror those of SB 330 to the tenants who moved out during the 2019 project. And the tenants who vacated the property during the 2019 application project received the standard TRAIL benefits already. And those enhanced benefits that were offered to them will be provided once that project, the 2023 project, is approved by City Council. And I do also want to mention that, of course, we know SB 330 requires replacement of the 29 demolished CSFRA units, and they will be replaced by 4 sale affordable units, and these will be offered to both tenants from the 2019 project and the 2023 project. So I do want to just mention that because that project is a little bit more complicated than some of the other ones. And then I want to also talk about the project at 870 East El Camino Real because that project is currently on hold and the developer placed it on hold due to economic conditions. However, while the project is on hold, the tenants are still able to apply for tenant relocation assistance. That only goes away if the project is formally canceled or withdrawn by the developer. All right, so next we'll look at completed projects. So there have been 2 projects that were completed in fiscal year 2022-23, and projects are considered complete for tenant relocation when the current households have vacated and all those households who have applied for benefits have received payment. Excuse me. And once a project is completed, staff can actually determine how many households applied for assistance, how much assistance was provided to that project, and where the tenants who received relocation assistance moved to. So we'll start with the first project at 1851 Charleston. Just a little information about that. It's a part of a larger Google project to construct the landing's office buildings. And although this project was submitted after SB 330 went into effect, it was only subject to the trail because it was not providing replacement housing. However, with the most recent amendment to SB 330, they would be required to provide replacement housing, but that was not the case when the project started. So you'll see that 4 units were demoed that were covered by the CSFRA. There were 3 of those units that were occupied. All 3 applied and received assistance, and they received the standard trail payments. Then I also wanted to talk a little bit about 660 Mariposa. So in 2019, the City Council approved a redevelopment project for 226 units at 1758 Villa Street. And the project was going to require 34 on-site below market units. And as part of an alternate mitigation plan for providing all of those BMR units on that property, the developer actually rehabilitated the 48 naturally affordable CSFRA covered units at 660 Mariposa. And those tenants were temporarily relocated while the property was remodeled. So tenants could choose between a stipend while they were temporarily relocated, a prepaid hotel. They could transfer to another remodeled unit, or one tenant decided to vacate and move somewhere else. So you'll see that there in the chart. All right. So I next wanted to talk about where the tenants went after they were displaced due to project redevelopment. So one of TREO's main goals is to help displaced households remain in Mountain View, remain in their community. And for this reason, staff tracks where tenants relocate once they vacate a property. But I do want to note that there are 2 constraints to tracking this type of information. The first one is that staff is only able to track the relocation of households who have applied for relocation assistance and have provided that information to us. And that secondly, we cannot track those households who decided to move without applying for assistance or without contacting us. So that is why we don't have all the information, but we have information for those people who applied for assistance. So you'll see in the first chart where projects are listed as open, and we'll only show data for those households who have already vacated, obviously, since those who have not vacated are still in their units, but we will track those remaining tenants, once they move out. So you'll see for the first project that since it is in the beginning stages, nobody has moved out there. We can track where some of the tenants at Gamble Way have gone. And then 870 East El Camino, you'll notice that most people vacated without applying. And that's because most of those tenant households that we talked to indicated that they were over income to qualify for relocation assistance. And then we'll look at the second chart here for completed projects. And I didn't want to make a note here, actually, that this is the corrected chart. There was an error in the chart in the memo, so I will be updating that to this chart. It was missing some numbers. So here is the corrected chart. And this is showing the relocation for those tenants who had moved out. So you'll see in the top 2 tenants moved out without letting us know where they were going. The other one stayed in Mountain View. And in Mariposa, the majority of those returned to their original unit after it was remodeled, with a few transferring into remodeled vacant units. And one tenant, we don't know where they went when they moved out. All right, and then finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about the housing element update. So the city's 2023 to 2031 housing element includes several items that are related to responding to tenant displacement. And one of the items is evaluating the efficacy of TREO in meeting anti-displacement goals, including keeping those displaced households in Mountain View. And so this item is set to be complete by December 31st of this year, according to the time frame in the housing element. And you'll actually be hearing an update on the progress of this item in the next agenda item 6.2, and that the rental housing committee and the city will be coordinating with the rent stabilization division on this item. And that concludes my presentation. Or maybe there's one more slide, is there? There is one more slide. There is no fiscal impact related to this update. That concludes my presentation, if there are any questions.
I'm going to switch to my Granicus screen so I can see your hands for questions. And I'm seeing Committee Member Ma and then Committee Member Cox.
I have a few questions. My first question is about the vacate date we tell tenants. What is that determined by? Do we just tell them 6 months before construction or something? Because I'm noticing, I'm bringing up with two examples. One is this one mentions for 870 East El Camino Real that a bunch of people moved out, even though as far as I know, nothing has been demolished. Is that correct?
Correct.
So did we accidentally just tip them off too early, or?
So what happens in the notice of intent that we send out so early on in the project, we have a tentative timeline that includes when the developer thinks that a potential move-out date would be. And as that date draws near, and if it seems like there might be a delay, we send out those update letters to let tenants know. For your example, at 870 East El Camino, those tenants have not received a formal termination notice at this point, so they were not required to move out at any time. However, if a project had, they would have to extend that termination date in order to stay in line with SB 330's requirement for the tenants to remain in their unit until 6 months before demolition.
But if a project were to, for some reason, not choose to use SB 330, what would the vacate date be then?
So, can you repeat that? Sorry.
If a property developer chose not to use SB 330 on a project, like they wanted to do something discretionary for whatever reason, is there a different vacate date? I might be getting mixed up with, because the other example in my mind is 570 South Regenstorf, which was vacant, also a little bit too early, and kind of a waste of space at the time.
So I do want to mention for redevelopment projects, the developer, if they're demolishing units that are covered by a rent stabilization ordinance such as the CSFRA, they don't have an option whether it's covered or not. They are covered and they need to adhere to the requirements. I believe the Regenstorf property was before SB 330. So
then if their 330 was in effect at that point, we would say they would still be able to stay there until 6 months before demolition. Okay. And the final question I have is about in the table on the comparison for TREO and SB 330. For first right of return, both are shaded. But if I remember correctly, the new unit at affordable price for SB 330, council chose to make them BMRs and not a rent control unit on its own. So is there a potential situation where a person who makes more than the BMR amount moves back to a unit that's just now not covered under rent control. Is that correct?
They would have the opportunity to move back into the unit at an affordable rate compared to their income, and I believe they're able, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're able to stay in that unit, and then the standard sort of BMR requirements would apply to tenants who are not affected by
Yeah.
SB 330.
So there's two requirements under 330. One is to replace the protected units with restricted units that have to be restricted for 55 years if they're rental, 45 if they're ownership, and that the tenants who have been displaced have to be given the opportunity to move back to a unit that is affordable to them.
Okay, so I guess the example I have is, let's say a person at 90% AMI was in a rent-controlled unit, it gets demolished, and because of the replacement requirements we set at the city, it gets replaced with a BMR unit for, let's say, less than 80% AMI. Does that person move back in that unit and just, does the deed restriction lift for that single case, or do they just get moved somewhere else in the building?
Somewhere else, because they wouldn't qualify.
But that somewhere else would not be a rent-controlled unit. That would just be a market rate unit at that point.
Right, because this applies to protected units. So if the tenant, protected units are units where either the tenant is low income, it's restricted, or it's a rent-controlled unit.
Okay, thank you.
I want to follow up on that scenario. So if someone is 90% AMI, and in this presentation it says that SB 330 benefits apply if you're 80% AMI or lower, but it's rent-controlled unit that the person with 90% AMI was in. So that's a replacement unit, which in Mountain View would likely, be a BMR, because that's the choice of council. And so then let's just say that the 90% or 120 or 130% resident of that demolished unit wants to have right of return, and they move into a non-BMR, a market rate unit. Is that required to be affordable, or they have to be able to pay the market rent?
Sorry, I need to look at SB 330 to.
Okay, that's fine.
Look at the language.
My understanding how we have it written in our guidelines as well is that if the tenant is above the 80% AMI, then they're not income qualifying to be in one of those affordable units, but they are offered to come back at a market rate unit.
I think that's correct.
I think it's at a price that's affordable to their household, which is different than, so it'd be at an affordable price to their household, so 30% of their household income.
But that's not rent controlled, and so a year later, after when their rent goes up again, it could be just market rate again. I would assume, unless you have there's other mechanisms there.
I think it's during the time of their tenancy, it needs to never exceed 30% of their income. Their rent would not exceed
only
30%.
For those that are 80% AMI or less is how we have defined it in our guidelines.
Well, I hope you're right, Naz. Okay, I think we're ready to. Our next person with questions is Robert, Committee Member Cox.
Okay. Just two questions. One about Gamma Way. I mean, you said that there's 29 units there and there's a right to return to an ownership unit, and yet it often is, a very different economic situation for somebody to rent or own, even at an affordable price. What feedback can you give us about, have any people shown an interest in being able to do that?
A few people have shown interest in owning. We held a community meeting a few years back to introduce the idea and sort of introduce, if you're interested in this, start working with the housing department and partners now to to look into what you might need to become a homeowner. That is not something the Rent Stabilization Division does, but it's a different part of the housing department. But that idea was introduced to the tenants a couple years ago, and there has been some interest in that.
Like maybe 2 to 4 units or something, you'd think, like
Right.
that.
Mhm.
And was there a timeline? Because, I mean, you know, I went by all of these properties and they all look like they did before anybody started talking about demolishing them. So who knows how long this will take? I mean, is it still an option for more people to come in? Or, I mean, who are former tenants, or is it already closed out?
It's not closed out, so there's still an option for that.
Okay,
if
then-
if they're interested in that.
Yeah, the other question I have is about, you know, these projects where they're on hold or they're delayed or whatever. I mean, if what happens if, you know, I mean, people move out of the units and they've been paid TREO or SB 330 or whatever, and they're staying vacant, and then the landlord is thinking like, well, maybe, you know, since it's going to be years before anything happens, I want somebody in there. Do the new people also get TREO? Or does a returning person get TREO twice, or what happens in that case?
So generally what happens is the landlord, when they're signing a lease with a new tenant coming in, they have an addendum to that lease saying that the tenant is aware that there's a redevelopment project happening on this property and they are not going to be eligible for those relocation assistance benefits.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Rosa?
Thank you. It is Rosas, by the way. Thank you. Okay, after many years that we've known each other. Okay, so a couple of questions, and I guess it's more like a clarifying, because I hear these terms turned around, and I get confused. And one of the concerns that I have is basically the CSFRA and MHRSO has been seeing that the programs have been pretty successful, right? Okay. Now, how I see the analysis here on the your slide 58, I see that there may be a possibility, which that at some point, let's say 30 years from now, there won't be any more CSFRA or MSRSO. But we do talk about protected units. So are we talking about that City Council has decided that the protected units are going to be below market rate? Or there is some language that we have not read yet on SB 330 where there is going to be a conversion, because my understanding that the crux of CSFRA and rent control or rent control is that all the apartments that were built before 1995 are rent controlled. But after that, they're not going to be rent controlled. So if there's a massive desire for these apartments to be converted, the ones that were built in 1995, they're going to fall into non-protected? Or they will be protected, but they will be BMR. Or we just don't know yet.
So SB 330 is state law. It's not a city ordinance like the tenant relocation assistance ordinance is. Right. And SB 330 requires that if a protected unit, which includes CSFRA covered units, is demolished, then they must have a one-for-one replacement. So however many CSFRA units are demolished, that's how many replacement units need to be built in the new building at an affordable rate, and those would be BMR, deed restricted units.
So what we're excuse me, what we're seeing here is that at one point rent control will be ceased to exist.
I mean, I think what we're seeing on this chart is that there were more redevelopments per year on average compared to when SB 330 was implemented in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
So I think one of the goals of SB 330 is to maintain some affordable housing stock in a city.
So I'll jump in with a few questions. So for Gamble Way, even though the tenants who were there may not choose to become owners of the condos that are BMR, the number of BMR condos is set, and so they'll be open to other members of the community. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so I was hearing you talk about, you know, what you were learning from developers, and so, you know, with our focus on CSFRA and existing buildings, we don't hear that much about developers. So just tell us a little bit more about your outreach to developers.
So I talk to developers pretty regularly when they're interested in looking into a potential redevelopment project. A lot of times how it happens is they will submit a preliminary application to the city where they're saying, hey, I'm thinking about doing this project. Can you take a look at my plans? Is it something that might be acceptable by the city? And once they do that, I'm alerted, and I usually reach out to them just to make them aware of their responsibility under the trail or SB 330. So that's how I usually get in contact with developers.
So a developer who's going to develop a commercial project site into housing doesn't need to talk to you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I'm curious, at Mariposa, what's the rent guarantees to all those tenants who return there? I'm asking, you know, I don't think it's CSFRA, so what is it?
It is CSFRA.
Oh.
So it was CSFRA, and you know, they didn't demolish it, they just remodeled it, so it is still CSFRA. And they did actually impose a stricter you can go ahead if you have it off the top of your head.
Good evening, Wayne Chen, Housing Director. Thanks for the question. Actually, the requirement for 660 Mariposa was to convert those units into deed-restricted units in perpetuity. The residents were offered rents to return at levels that are affordable to them, and then if and when they decide to move out and the units turn over, the units will be capped at 80% AMI.
But it is also still covered by CSFRA, as I am.
So, sorry, but I just have another question about making sure I understand capped at 80% AMI. So will the price of a unit vary with the income of the person moving in?
It will. The units need to be affordable to the existing tenant, but once they turn over,
Right.
it will be
That's
set
what
to the HCD AMI limits for what 80% is.
Okay, and so if someone is lower than 80% AMI, they might be a little rent burdened, but might be able to move in or not?
It'll be affordable to them, so it will be at the level that they can afford. And then when they move out, likely the developer will move it up to 80%.
And so that would be the rent offered, and will it be eligible to someone under 80% or only to?
It could be affordable to someone who makes less than 80%. That means they will be paying a greater percentage of their income, but they would be income eligible. They could do that if they wanted to. But someone earning more than that wouldn't be able to qualify.
Okay. How much more?
At that point, you would be screening someone who's making 80% or below. Yeah.
Okay. So you couldn't make more than 80%, but you could apply if you earned less than 80%.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thank you
committee
so
member,
much for that clarification.
Committee member Ma.
One last question. So on the tenant relocation assistance process, at no time the developer gives staff a list of incomes, correct? That income information is only derived directly from tenants, is that correct?
We hire a third-party consultant, a relocation consultant, who works with the tenants to determine what their income is.
Because I'm asking because obviously as part of the replacement requirements, some of the like BMR levels depend on the income of the current person in the unit, but the landlord doesn't seem to be giving that information, or at least we're not asking the landlord to do that, so that just derived somewhere else from the NOI process, or is it done just like based on some other data source?
So if we have the tenant's income information, that's the information that they use. Otherwise, there is
The census, I'm guessing.
Do you know, Karen?
Yeah, it's a
Well, I think the relocation, that's part of what the relocation consultant determines. They do an interview of the tenants. And
I know there is another number if like the unit is vacant that they use.
Yeah, like that also comes into play of the whole. If there's a vacant unit, you're supposed to figure out what the tenant before pre-vacancy was, but obviously
a lot of times we don't know that.
If it's vacant or you don't know the tenant's income, then you have to replace the units based on the percentage of your units in the community that are occupied by low-income households.
Okay, so it's cost data. Okay.
So.
And I will just note that part of this relocation process is done by a staff member in our affordable housing department. And we focus mainly on the current tenants that are in the units at the time that the development project is started.
Okay, I'm seeing no more people in the queue.
No.
So, I'm sorry?
Just a follow-up question.
Sure.
Okay. Now that you brought that up, and you probably answered this before, but my question is, that third-party person is helping somebody to define what is their income. Do they help them also apply to the new?
They can provide that service if requested.
Okay, thank you.
So they can help them apply for filling out the application to receive benefits, and if they're interested in having assistance filling out applications for potential properties they would like to move into, they can help with those applications as well.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks. That definitely helps a lot.
Okay, now I am seeing no one else in the queue. So thank you for this presentation, and I think we're ready to move on. And our next agenda item is 6.2, information on the city's tenant replacement response strategy, acquisition, preservation, community ownership action plan, and other efforts.
Did we do public comment on the last item?
No, you did not.
So we did not. We just went all the way through with our many questions. So are there any, going back to item 6.1, the update on Treo, are there any online members who would like to raise their hand and have public comment?
There are not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're ready to move on to item 6.2.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. Thanks for allowing me to be here and providing an update on what was presented at last week's City Council meeting regarding the next phase of the city's tenant displacement response strategy. Just a quick note that the agenda item on the agenda should be tenant displacement response strategy, not replacement response strategy. Yeah. So that's the purpose, to give an update and lay out some initial thoughts about some key items that will occur through this year. Next slide, please. Some of you may have seen this during last week's presentation, so I'll try to move through it relatively quickly. But this work has taken several steps. It started about 4 or 5 years ago, pre-pandemic, and we've had study sessions. We've made some updates to Treo already. We really restarted the process back in last year, where we had a significant amount of stakeholder and community outreach as we started the process again of developing the displacement response strategy. The items related to the displacement response strategy have really been aggregated and are really part of the city's housing element now. So we're really going to be looking at the housing element as the main document that will guide the development of the strategy, and there are several pieces in there. One of the pieces is regarding local replacement requirements, which the City Council heard last October. It relates a little bit to some of the questions about SB 330 and what happens if and when SB 330 sunsets based on the current date. And the council did want to go ahead and adopt local requirements now for the future. So as we noted to council, we will be bringing this item back for council consideration later this year. Next slide. So just to focus on this next phase, it includes several items, primarily in Program 4.2 and Program 4.4. We reorganized it a bit, lifting out the items in the housing element to put into 3 buckets. The first bucket is acquisition preservation, and the acquisition preservation related items in the housing element include goals for preserving 50 units, 2 naturally affordable projects, and these dollar funding goals of at least $10 million plus getting up to $50 million and more to be able to fund acquisition preservation. Next slide, please. The second bucket is the Community Ownership Action Plan. That was a very important item, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then the third bucket, next slide please, is a group of other efforts. And these other efforts include evaluating the efficacy of the Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance, building off of the work that Andrea had just reported on, the studying amendments to the allowable rent increases as part of the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance, and then alternatives to displacement, which has several sub-items within that. And then monitoring changes to state law, whether it's SB 330 or other displacement-related items. Next slide, please. So we'll go through each of the 3 focus areas. We'll start with bucket number 1, acquisition preservation. There's some animation here. And then we'll move on. So just to reiterate, this is a focus on CSFR units because the issue of tenant displacement resulted from the redevelopment projects that have been occurring over the past few years. The goal is that there would be mission-oriented organizations, whether they're nonprofits, community land trusts, tenant groups, other types of organizations who would do the acquisitions, restricting the housing costs, and then operating the units. And we envision 3 general scenarios. There could be a variety of other variations on these 3 scenarios, but basically you would have these mission-oriented organizations who would purchase these buildings and then really convert them into deed-restricted units. The twist on that is to operate those units for a period of time, but with a notion that it would be redeveloped into new affordable housing development. And both of the first 2 scenarios, there may be rehab and renovations needed. As you all know, the properties tend to be older, and some of them are quite a bit older. And we'll talk a little bit about the funding analysis and why we're getting to some of the recommendations in terms of a funding pool. And then the third general scenario is that these units could be then converted into ownership opportunities as well. Next slide. We've done some analysis over the last few years, but the summary of that is based on the age of the units and based on the sales transactions that have occurred and continue to occur. On average, it is estimated that there would be at least about a $400,000 funding gap that would be needed to make these projects viable. Using the 50-unit goal in the housing element times $400,000 of a funding gap, we estimate that it would require at least $20 million of funding to achieve that 50-unit goal in the housing element. Next slide, please. One of the other things that we noted for council when we started this process a few years ago is to assess whether a quote-unquote small sites component would be part of an acquisition preservation program. Basically, the majority of the rent stabilized units are in smaller buildings, and the simple upshot of this is that an acquisition preservation program that the city would be part in and help facilitate would inherently have a small sites component. And the recommendation is that it be flexible enough to be able to fund large projects or small projects. It would just primarily depend on the limitations of however much funding can be available. Next slide, please. The third component that we noted for council that we would identify is whether there could be potential partners to help us do the work. One of the key principles that we laid out for the council a few years ago, which is when we developed the framework and set of principles for how we would do this work, is that the city cannot do it alone, and it needs a multi-sector approach. And we've gone out and done the work. We've talked to a variety of folks. A couple of key findings is that basically everyone agrees that there needs to be capacity building, there needs to be both funding and building up of existing entities or creating new entities to do this type of work. And also that there's an interest and willingness among potential partners to partner, but there needs to be both a policy commitment and a funding commitment from the city for folks to be able to step in. So based on this work, next slide, we've recommended to council to contribute up to $4 million in city housing funds in order to catalyze at least $16 million of outside funding to get to at least a $20 million funding pool. The goal is to be able to create this pool by June of 2025 to align with the timing of the community ownership timeline. We'll talk about that in a moment. And with a couple of conditions, besides leveraging a certain amount, which is this 4-to-1 ratio, we're using the 4-to-1 ratios because that's the leveraging ratio that we use for our new project pipeline, and we felt that that was a reasonable place to start here. That the funding be low cost or no cost, whether they're loans or grants, and that they can stay in the project for the long term. And so based on our research and talking with folks, those are a couple of key financial barriers, that there may be funding out there, but they're not structured in a way to make projects viable. Next slide, please. So some additional considerations that we share with council is that we do need to do capacity building. There may be new organizations that are interested. How do we find the balance of having the right requirements and guardrails while still allowing the funds to be easily accessible? We do recommend using a third-party administrator so that there could be speed in getting the funds out so that transactions can be made. And the notion that there could be funding earlier for other types of preservation housing models. When we move on to the next slide. So that was the question posed to council, and council supported this, this recommendation. So next slide. Now we're moving on to the Community Ownership Action Plan. And next slide. So this is also in Program 3.2 for the housing element. These are the components that are listed in the housing element that it's to address needs not met by traditional models. We would have to figure out what the city's role is and other organizational roles. There's a kind of a 2-year timing to try to get acquisitions to occur once the plan is created, and we would need to establish how these would be funded. There's a housing element time frame of completing the plan by June 30th of 2025, and of course implementation would follow after that. Next slide, please. It is an extensive scope of work. We've taken just an initial look. We don't necessarily find a comparable type of plan that exists out there that would be exactly like what we would be looking at here. It would require stakeholder engagement, would have to figure out what the terms mean and what types of community ownership models would be included in the plan. Again, who would do the work, what are the roles, what are the funding components that need to be part of this and goals. And then also incorporating the Opportunity to Purchase Act component as evaluating that through the process. Next slide. Just a brief moment on the Opportunity to Purchase Act. There has been increasing conversations about called OPA in the region, and very briefly, OPA at its core are 2 components. It's a noticing provision for landlords of applicable units to need to notice certain groups. And those certain groups have a first right to make an offer on the properties for sale. The programs could be structured in all sorts of different ways, so it is not a one-size-fits-all in terms of the details of how it is structured. And so cities that are looking at doing this can really get into details and design it in a way that the council might feel is appropriate for that community. The purposes of the OPA is really to increase transparency in terms of projects and sites that may be coming up for sale. Oftentimes projects or sites are sold off the market. It's to foster a more level playing field, and it gives affirmative opportunities for folks to make offers. And the recommendation is to include this as part of the Community Ownership Action Plan to see how OPA can be a mechanism to achieve the goals of the Community Ownership Action Plan, rather than have OPA be evaluated as a standalone component. Doing so would just be more holistic and see how everything fits together. Next slide, please. The staff recommended a consultant-led process because of the wide variety of pieces that would need to go into developing this plan, this unique plan with this scope of work. And so we have included a budget request of $125,000 to do the work. And we will look to be starting this work in July. Next slide, please. Where council ultimately went is supporting this recommendation. I'll just kind of skip ahead a little bit of supporting the recommendation, but also providing some flexibility to allow funding to be made available sooner before the Community Ownership Action Plan is created, and also not necessarily needing to wait until the full $20 million is achieved. So that will be incorporated into the scope, and being able to develop some criteria that could be showed to the stakeholders in the community early on. So there's a lot to learn, and we're developing something new and unique here. So there will be a lot of learning involved. Next slide, please. So that was the council question. And next slide. And the final focus area, we'll talk about just a couple of pieces. Next slide. So one of the pieces is the efficacy of the tenant relocation assistance ordinance. We have started thinking through the process to hit December 31st before the end of the year. So we're working on the timeline. We will be targeting bringing an item to the Rental Housing Committee in your role as an advisory body to the City Council as part of the process. Similarly, with the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance, potential adjustment to the rent cap. So also being able to bring the item to the Rental Housing Committee in your advisory body role. And we'll continue to monitor legislation. The item that we had recommendations for council would be on the next slide, and that's the alternatives to displacement on the next slide. So a couple of pieces there is first the true first right of return options. What we mean by true when we've used this term in other settings is that displaced tenants may have the right to try to get back to unit on paper, but if they are not financially able to do so, or if they are displaced from the city, and it's easier to lose track of those tenants, it makes it harder for first right of return to be realized. And so we're trying to realize this, whether that might be creating down payment assistance programs or closing costs, if the new projects are condos, for example, or the second one, partnering with developers on alternative units for displaced residents. One of the things that we talked about with council a few years ago was, could we work with existing landlords and setting aside vacant units as a way for folks to go in the interim. One of our recommendations to council last Tuesday was expanding the potential options for alternative units to allow folks to stay in the city for the interim while a redevelopment project is underway. So that could be partnerships with hotels, motels, whether we look at kind of financial assistance with vouchers or short-term rentals, and potentially looking at another interim housing project. We have one existing interim housing project, and developing another could assist with that. And then looking at developing a local preference for displaced residents to be able to have some priorities of getting into affordable housing. So that would be based on Senate Bill 649. It was passed a couple of years ago, so we're recommending evaluating it and potentially bringing a local ordinance for council by mid-2026. Next slide, please. So council supported these recommendations. Next slide. This is a summary of the questions for council. And next slide. And this just gives a graphical sense of the items and target dates for them, denoted by the stars. So that concludes this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I will again switch over to Granicus. Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, just a few questions about some of the items. Like the first item, the one that's trying to create, the 50 units. So you're talking about like 4 million from the city, and you're going to look for 16 million somewhere else. Does the 4 million come from what, like in lieu fees in the housing fund that we have right now, or where?
Yeah, we would be looking at our housing impact fees or the in lieu fees and potentially a couple of other smaller sources. Part of that, the reason why that could be available is because we've been successful at applying for outside grants, primarily state grants. It's allowed us to reduce our funding contributions for 3 projects by about that amount, and that was one way that we are proposing to meet this housing element goal. So that's where it would primarily come from the freed up housing sources.
You're saying for the 4 million, we would actually go out and try to find grants for that part too, or for the 16 million?
Other grants would be on top of the 4 million, but what we noted for council was that the 4 million would come from the existing housing funds that we have that we were able to reduce from 3 projects because we've already been successful on other grants that we've been awarded, if that makes sense.
Okay, it sounds like you're saying we have some money in the housing fund right now, and we have some leverage to get up to the 4 million.
We have 4 million because we were able to reduce that last month. We took an item to council to reduce the funding contribution and also accept state grants that we've been awarded.
Okay, I see.
And so that freed up.
And
4 million.
I mean, where are you thinking the other 16 million will come up from? Something like this that's kind of non-traditional?
the goal is to work with organizations, whether it's foundations or other entities that have affordable housing funds, and perhaps seeing if there's an opportunity to direct, for example, some tech funds is an illustrative example. So the idea is to be able to generate funds from new sources while we also apply for sources that may be at the state level or at the federal level. But the idea is to be able to activate new partners, whether it's in the private sector or philanthropy.
Would you need to come up with 20 million by, it looks like 5 quarters from now? Or is that just you need a plan by then?
That's the vision, and we want to set a
Which
goal.
Which of the two is the vision? Get the money or to have the plan?
The idea is that the funding and the plan would dovetail. I mean, there's no housing element time frame for the creation of the funds, but we thought it made a lot of sense to be able to dovetail it with the time frame for the action plan.
And is it a requirement of the housing element to be able to do this, or this is just we're making a college try at this?
Maybe we could have Patricia go back to one of the earlier slides, and I think it was slide 3. And it was the summary, it was a chart that summarized bucket 1. And let's go, there we go. So this is verbatim what's in the housing element. So it is to acquire and preserve at least 50 housing units. It is to apply for outside funding sources and develop partnerships of at least $10 million. And so it aligns with what is in the housing element. And to achieve the 50 million, the estimate is that 10 million would not be enough. And so the goal is to do 20 million, but 20 million is also on the way to, it would be a stepping stone to get to the 50 million, which is also in the housing element.
I got my fingers crossed. Okay, thank you.
Committee Member Ma.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a set of questions. I'll start with the lowball question being, is there anything the RHC can do to help what's going on?
Certainly your role as an advisory body for a couple of key items. I know last year during the stakeholder outreach process, members of the committee, I primarily think represent yourselves, but coming out and providing feedback, and that was always welcome and helpful to get feedback. So to the extent that you would like to participate kind of in that capacity, that's great. And then certainly any input that you may have as an advisory body, in your role as an advisory body is helpful.
All right. Okay. So let's going backwards from the presentation. For program 3.2 on the efficacy of TREO, do we have enough information? Like, what is your staff planning to do for that in particular? I'm basing this off of the BMR review we just did earlier this year, which the answer was we didn't have enough information because pandemic, so we couldn't really act on really anything other than just waiting 5 years from now to see how it goes later. Do you expect something similar for that, or do you expect something more substantive for the item when it comes to council at the end of the year?
For the BMR review, I recall that we concluded that we felt that the BMR updates from 2019 were successful because it, in spite of COVID, in spite of other components, that the pipeline of projects would lead to a significantly expanded amount of BMR units. We did caveat it that the projects still need to move forward through these economic conditions, but it would, I believe, triple the number of BMR units in a much shorter period of time. But for that one, and what we would do here is to take a look at what is included in the BMR guidelines and the ordinance. And for the TREO, it's looking at what's in the TREO guidelines and language. But there's one key piece, and maybe we can move the slides forward 2 slides. And the housing element has a particular language there that says such as being able to stay in Mountain View. So part of that would be to build off of the work that Andrea has already done in terms of data about where folks end up. But part of the work that we're doing for this and also other housing element items is to really go in there and look at what's being asked of the housing element item and then identify a framework to be able to make meaning of what's in there. So for example, taking a look and understanding what parameters we would include to determine efficacy. And so that will be part of the process. And then when we bring this forward, we would propose a framework for evaluating efficacy, looking at other parts of the housing element, and then providing the analysis to support the findings, and then receiving input about the direction.
Okay, for the slide after this, on the true first right of return options, so I'm guessing the reason it says by 2028 is just because there's a bunch of other things that need to get done first. So it's because it's one without a earlier deadline, we can push it back a little bit. Is that the logic, or?
By 2028 is actually what's in the housing element.
Yes, I'm asking more of a, when do you think your department will get to it?
These are things that we are actively working on a continuous basis. It may have periods within any particular year where we have to scale back because we have other items that we're working on that have really hard deadlines. And so the overall approach is that we're not waiting until 2027 to have these efforts take place. It's taking a look at the work plan and staff capacity and figuring out how these things can be sort of interspersed in between all the other components. So I think just the general answer is these are ongoing items. For example, true first right of return, what we would do and what we have done is to take a look at grant funding opportunities. And when a grant funding opportunity comes up, we say, could a program that we would apply for allow us to get more funding for true first right of return options? We might not be every day thinking about true first right of return in that particular way, but it's on our thing. So when something comes up, we would be looking at it through that lens. But in terms of, for example, alternatives to displaced residents, one of the things that we have on our to-dos is, when could we have more concerted conversations about potential interim housing options, right? And then we just sort of have to figure out what that looks like on any given quarter. So the work will be there. It may ebb and flow as we work on a variety of other projects.
All right, that's all my questions.
I have a question about acquisition. So you talked about having for purchase, having a 400K per unit gap, and then needing funding to get to our goals, or needing to fill that gap. And so that's to acquire. And then I'm wondering, once the acquired property is running, will the rents cover the operating costs and the manager and the new roof when it's needed, or will other subsidies come to be needed in the future?
Yeah, so the modeling that was done, and we had been able to partner with the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative to get some technical assistance funding. We were able to use the funding to partner with the San Francisco Housing Accelerator Fund, who is operating these types of programs primarily in San Francisco. And I would say they are one of the leading entity that is helping to facilitate these types of projects. That modeling included a few different funding scenarios, but then also modeled in an amount for rehab. That's upfront. Typically what would happen is that there is a qualified entity that is doing the pro forma and is modeling what the rents can support and the operations over time. And part of that modeling went into this modeling that we had done with the San Francisco Housing Accelerator Fund. And so the 400,000 assumes some amount of, for example, reserves that are needed to make renovations or repairs over time. Every project's going to be different. And part of the unknown is when an apartment building comes up and you're actually getting in there to assess the level of rehabilitation, things can come up that may not have been apparent at first. So the operations, and then also whether the rents can generate the cash flow for long-term operating, that is going to be part of working with a qualified entity that has that expertise. And so, for example, with community land trusts, and they are coming up and popping up in other parts of the region, there are fewer of them in the South Bay, but in any case, for any CLT or any newer organization, they would need to have the expertise of looking at the financial requirements and doing the pro forma to see what would pencil over time and do the long-term sustainable operations of it.
That's helpful. Thank you. Committee Member Cox.
Just one other question came to mind that maybe I should have asked in the last section, but you probably know the answer. There was a comment about the Treo, that the Treo had been extended for, units in the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. And I guess what's confusing to me about that is that I would have thought the mobile home parks are zoned only as mobile home parks. So would there have to be a zoning change for that to actually happen, a Treo payment for something like that?
Well, they could close the park. They just can't use it for something else, but you could technically close the park.
And use it for nothing? Okay. So
or you can apply for a rezoning.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move on?
Okay. You need to take public comment.
Oh, thank you again. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on the tenant anti-displacement response strategy?
There are no public comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then, no? Item 6.3. Reclassification of project manager to rent stabilization manager. Public comment will occur after the presentation item and committee questions, and we will begin with a presentation from staff.
Great, thank you very much. Just a brief background in this item. We are requesting that the Rental Housing Committee make a motion on this, but the program, as you may be aware, starting with the rent stabilization measure that was passed in 2016, that program has been overseen by the project manager along with the rent stabilization team since that time. But since that time, the amount of work and programs as overseen by this work group has really increased. In addition to implementing the tenant relocation assistance ordinance, the mobile home ordinance was passed in 2021, and that's a key program. There is just a lot more involvement as well by the team in terms of residential projects because of the requirements to look at replacement requirements, tenant relocation, and the complexities involved with that. Lifting up other areas of work, the Housing Eviction Help Center, et cetera. Next slide. And, based on this increased workload and the complexity of the work, we submitted a mid-year budget request as part of the FY 23-24 mid-year budget request to consider a reclassification of the project manager position, which oversees this work group. And I think you're aware, this work group is now the Rent Stabilization Division under the Housing Department. to align the classification with the actual scope of work and the complexity of the work and the job duties. This reclassification request was approved by council. It does also require the RHC approval to fully authorize this request. And again, the key rationale is that there's just a much higher level of work involved. And this involves a classification study by the Human Resources Department and looking at how it compares with other similar positions in terms of the level and complexity of the work. And the conclusion was that it is at a higher division manager level position, higher than the project manager classification. Next slide. And so for budget purposes, this the estimate is that it would be about $41,000 more for this new position, and that includes the fully funded costs with benefits and et cetera. So it's not just the salary portion of it. The current budget of the CSRA fund would be able to absorb this, and then this would be, if authorized by the committee, it would then be a permanent position. It would be part of the budget process for your ongoing budgets going forward. Next slide. So again, the fiscal impact, no modifications to the current budget process or the current budget. And as staff begins its work for the April, May, June process for your next year's budget, this will just be factored into the calculations for that. And I believe that concludes the recommendation, presentation. The recommendation is to request that the Rental Housing Committee authorize this reclassification. I believe that is the last slide.
Are there any are there any committee questions? Committee Member Cox.
Are we voting on this tonight, or this is just FYI for the future?
This tonight, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Rosas.
Thank you. So as all of you know, I am definitely an organizer. So as union organizer, so I'm always, I will always say yes, especially when it comes to the studies that have done and the scope that you have seen that apparently this. Huh? There is a question. Yes. Eventually there will be a question. Just bear with me because I'm exhausted. So my question to you all is based on the knowledge that I have is that as I would definitely support this, will this position have, will this decision will also have a domino effect, which I would like to see that too, because I know that when the person way on top is getting a reclassification, obviously the other people below that person should also be looked at and maybe looked at and reevaluated their positions. So that's the question. So as I am supportive of the reclass for the project manager, is there a thought to also reclass all the other positions that are under the current person who's going to be reevaluated?
Not at this time. There is a budget request for consideration of a senior management analyst position for both the affordable housing division as well as for this rent stabilization division. That information will be provided once your budget process starts, and so that is one component in terms of staffing capacity and opportunities for for potentially, growth in the division. So there is that there, and then going forward, it's an assessment of the operational needs of the work group and making a determination for future requests. So no other reclassification requests at this time, but it is an item that is more of an ongoing evaluation during each year's budget process.
I'm not seeing other questions at this point. Would someone like to? Oh, thank you. Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve what's on the screen? Committee. I'm now seeing speakers. Committee member Ma.
I'll make the motion.
Committee member Brown.
Second.
They're fast. Okay. I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Our next item, as we get close to our end, is 7 committee staff announcements and updates. And staff will has presentation.
All right, thank you. So item 7.1, we'll look at upcoming workshops and help center dates. And as always, we do continue to have our virtual office hours every Tuesday from 10 a.m. to noon. That is online only over Zoom, or people can always make an appointment to come visit us in office. And our workshop schedule is listed underneath. So our next workshop is scheduled for April 11th in the evening at 6:30 p.m. And this will be a hybrid. And it's open to all, so landlord and tenant. And we'll be discussing hard conversations and mediation between landlords and tenants. Following that will be an April 25th workshop in the afternoon. And this will be held at the Senior Center. It will be hybrid, virtual, and in person. And we will discuss renter protections. And we have 2 workshops on April 30th, one in the afternoon at 2 p.m., which will be landlord focused, which will only be virtual. We've seen a lot of success with our landlord population having virtual workshops. So we will be continuing that. And then we do have a workshop in the evening at 6:30, which will be tenant focused, and this will be hybrid. And these will both be discussing changes in utility billing. And we'll look at next our Housing Help Center, which is focused on our landlords. Is the first and third Thursday of every month. We hold this in our offices at 298 Escuela, and that is from 1 to 3 p.m. These are virtual and in person, and we help landlords with everything from looking at eviction protections and eviction processes to what allowed rents are, compliance questions, and petition questions. And the same days, first and third Thursdays, but in the evenings, we have our hybrid Zoom and in-person tenant-focused Housing Help Center from 6 to 8 p.m. And we have resources around housing programs, so obviously CSFRA or MHRSO related questions, but we also help people apply for affordable housing and connect them with rental assistance programs. We provide eviction help. There are on-site legal resources and other support services, including support from CSA and our mediation program. And that concludes the upcoming workshops and help centers. Any questions? No? No, thank you.
And I would just like to comment on 7.2, what we will be talking about on Thursday, April 25th. And so the annual adjustment of rent, and something I have a deep interest in is rotation. Committee Member Ma.
I have a question on 7.2. Are we expecting any regulations to come up in the next meeting? I believe according to our work plan, the next meeting we should have an item on valuations for habitability, or is that going to be delayed to a different date?
Patricia?
That will be on the agenda as well.
Okay.
Any other?
You will also have an appeal.
Okay.
Just one?
That I cannot answer.
Maybe two if you're lucky.
Okay, well, I'm glad we didn't defer anything from tonight to our next agenda. Hearing no further comments, this meeting is adjourned at slightly after midnight at 12:10. The Rental Housing Committee meeting is scheduled, the next Rental Housing Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, April 25 at 7 p.m. Good night, thank you.